Yo, what's good? What's good, everybody? What's good? Yo, comment NYC84. I see you, Jarrell Williams. What's good? Good. Yo, main man. What's good, Foxy?
How are you, my friend?
Hey, I am well. I'm well, and hope you are.
I'm doing well tonight. Looking forward to talking to the family and just having a great night as always.
Okay. Hey, I think I'm having another issue with StreamYard. Am I coming through okay, or am I choppy?
You're starting to get choppy.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna back out. I'm gonna back out of the way, and then I'll work on it. Okay.
All right, buddy. In a minute, I'll tell you when to bring in the panelists. I'll kick it off then. So, welcome everyone to Knicks at Night. I love that intro. I'm your co-host, Stephen Fox. We just heard from Freezy, our founder, our host, and our leader. He'll be back in a little while. It's the day after our 113-108 victory over the Hawks. Quickly and Rivers were instrumental in that win, and they're the genesis of a new backcourt we'll call Quivers. We also saw spectacular performances from RJ with 6 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists, along with Randall, who scored 28 points with 17 rebounds and 9 assists. We're going freestyle tonight. We'll be interacting with the live chat and the video panelists on their thoughts of the game, their predictions for our game at home tomorrow night against the 4-3 Jazz, who got killed by the Nets tonight, and hopefully they'll be tired tomorrow. And any other topics you want to discuss. That's why I love freestyle tonight. Shout out to the chat. Hope all is well. Hector Beauchamp, how you doing? Lily Phillips, as always. Ron Major, Sam Holt, 19 Conman NYC, pseudonym Skype, 19 Conman again, Jay Bodega Wi-Fi. Hope all is well. And please, as a reminder, hit those likes, subscribe, and remind the bell so you don't miss out on any of our Freezy's Nick at Night and Nick's Morning Drive broadcasts. And please share the link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Blarence Tears family. And thanks again for helping us hit 1,180 subscribers. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. Freezy, when you get a chance, let our boys in if there are any.
I'm here.
Oh, hey, Joe. Didn't see you, man.
Sorry, I can't put my camera on. I can't find my headphones, so I have to speak in, and you won't be able to see me. So I don't know.
Okay.
My daughter hid them somewhere.
All right. Just a quick second. Hi, Ismail Rivas, my brother from the Bronx. Hope all is well. Same back at you, Marquise Walker. Shout out to you. Hope all is well. Guillermo, Will Sulkin, and Dado M. And just and again, Jay Singh. Hope all is well. If you can't put up your audio a touch, Joe, you were a little low. So
yeah, can you hear me better now?
I can. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Did you see the Brooklyn Jazz game?
Yeah, I did. I saw parts of it at least, and man, Kyrie went off in that. He's going. I think he outscored him by himself in that first quarter.
Oh yeah, no, he won that game by himself.
Yeah.
But did you see Rudy Gobert, man, is not worth the money he got. That kid Allen was cooking him all night.
Cooking is not the word. He was like showing him, hey, I want a contract, man. And if this is the top dog, I'm showing what I can do with the top dog. So
I feel Mitch could be competitive with him tomorrow. And that was the only guy I was worried about. I feel like our guards could handle Donovan Mitchell. I was worried about Gobert, but I'm not too worried after that performance.
And I'm not too worried, like you just said, after back-to-back, they're going to be, I think, tired, man. This has been a rough go for everyone, a short training camp, hard training camps, right into it.
Yeah. You seen them, though, in the fourth quarter, they took their starters out at the beginning of the fourth. They gave up on that game knowing that they'd have a back-to-back.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm looking at the schedule. A lot of the tough teams that we play, when we play them, we have a night off, and they have a back-to-back. So, like Brooklyn played Denver the night before we played them, and we have the night off.
Oh, I love that point. It's a great data point,
so
man.
You're going to have KD most likely is going to sit out. He's going to be back from the COVID protocol, but because it's a back-to-back, I think they're going to sit him, or they'll sit Kyrie, or maybe they might, if we're lucky, they might sit both.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. Hey, you know what? A stat I saw today that was really cool. We're 4-3 after 7 games. It took us 22 games last year to win 4 games.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So
see. Pete, they're talking about us. Stephen A. Smith. I don't like. He was ranting about us. Then there's another show. I think it's brother from another that's on ESPN. Two guys. They were ranting, and one of them reckons that we're going to sneak into the playoffs. And I went back and I looked at last year's record. Right. So the was the Magic got in with a record of 36-42, which is 73 games. This season, 72 games. If
right.
we get 34, 35 wins, we could get that 8 spot.
Yeah. And like we've talked about, I don't know if that's great or it's like we're shooting ourselves in the foot from getting a couple of pieces that for the foundation of the future. But
you know,
hey, I'll just I'll roll with it. What? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
what?
we have picks, but the thing is, they remember when we thought they were communicating them second round picks for Westbrook, right? I think now they're trying to make the playoffs and they're gathering them picks to if they have to move up a couple of spots. Which I think if they see a wing, which is most needed, we need a 3, and there's a lot of wings in this draft. And if there's a guy they like, they might package the 2 Mavs, picking a couple of seconds to move up.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely. I was looking at an early draft board today, and I won't go into it tonight. But I love my draft, and I love my.
I love it too.
I have notebooks. I'm a weird nerd, and I've always been that way. I write my own notes and everything on players, and if Guillermo, I'm sorry, my friend, I'm doing a lot of studying on Josh Christopher. He's good from in the paint and stuff, but the boy can't shoot from 3. So
no, he's like RJ. He is a mid range and an inside shot, but his 3 is on and off.
Yeah, so he's dropping on my board quick. So
I take him with the Mavs pick if he was there, but I'm not going to move up and try and get him or use our pick or whichever pick is higher to pick him.
You're definitely my brother. We think the same way, Joe.
Yeah.
I thought the same, and at this point, my brain's saying at this point that we're going to try to get our point guard, and we'll touch on that in a little while. Another point guard, hopefully the point guard of the future, and also a new 3.
Yeah,
so
but there's a lot of wings in this draft, Steve. When you look at it, like
swing
Jalen
heavy.
Johnson, Zaire Williams, Josh Christopher, Jalen Green. When he's a 2, but there's a lot of wings in this draft. The point guard position, there's only really 2 top point guards. That's Suggs and Cade. So if we're not in the top 5, we ain't getting the 2 of them. So it's probably going to be a wing.
Yeah, the kid from Stanford worries me. Anytime I see a kid with a giant knee brace on, like a football knee brace, that always turns me off, man. Sorry, kid.
I can't shows injury history.
Yeah, I can't make an investment for the future if you're walking around with that big piece of hardware on your knee. But he's smooth, with hardware.
And did you see the kid out of UConn? There's a guy out of UConn, it begins with a Bears Balsit or something. His name is. He's a shooter, and man, I think he's hitting over 50% from 3. And this is legit because he was hitting like 44% last year from 3. Light out wing. I think he's a 2 guard. But he's not just a shooter. He can do other things. He's a good passer as well. He's going to be probably in around anywhere from like maybe 12 to 20 range. So he'd be someone I'd be looking at because shooting is what we need desperately. Out of anything, like the thing is with this 3, if we get to draft a wing, he has to be able to shoot. We already have RJ and Randall that can't really shoot. So you can't go and get another wing that can't shoot, you know?
Yeah. Hold on one second. Hi, Ralph. How are you? How's things?
Good. What's going on, guys? How's it going?
Yeah,
I'm looking in the comments.
I don't know if I've seen since the new year. I hope you had a nice new year.
Oh, I did. Thank you, guys.
And how are you, Rob?
I'm good in the neighborhood.
You had a good day. You didn't have to use your AK. So we're Joe and I just kicking around some of the things that we saw from a draft. The last thing I'll say, and then we'll get into this stuff. There's a kid, if you get a chance, I don't know if he's a kid, man. He's like a grown guy on Seton Hall. He's 6'10". His name is like Sarno Machiavelli, blah, 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 like 14 consonants in his last name.
Yeah.
But he has a handle, and he looks like he could be a steal in a second round pick for the guy.
What position is he?
He's a power forward, a 4-5, but he has skills, and he's pretty impressive, man.
Yeah,
Watch
there's
that
another
thing
kid.
round.
You see that kid and the Filipino kid. He's in the G League, Kai Soto. He reminds me so much of KP, but he's a better handles.
Yeah, he's a Filipino kid, right?
Yeah, Filipino kid. He's probably going to be in the
Yeah.
late first round because. And here's the thing: the same with Jalen Green. A lot of these guys that are in the G League, they're going to start falling in the draft because there's not too many G League games.
Coverage.
So there's less footage on them. So a lot of these college kids are going to rise just because there's more film.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind us getting Kuminga.
Oh, Kuminga being that's one of the wings I'd be interested in. But yeah, Kuminga is probably going to go top 10, and unless the Mavs picks in the top 10, I really don't see our pick being up there.
I'm with you. But you know what? We'll just roll with it. So
Yeah,
hey,
we
Zach,
can move up. They have the stuff to move up with. So I think that's a wing is the main position, I think, and they kind of know that because I think if Quickly keeps balling, then he could be our starting point guard starting next year, definitely.
Hey, Zach, how are you?
Sorry, guys. Good, man. I can't show my face because I'm at work and we got a confidential stuff here, but I just wanted to try and chime in on my break and say what's up, guys.
Cool. I hope
up,
all is
Zach?
well. Good talking to you today. And yeah, no worries. We're missing that handsome face of yours, but I have it in memory, so I'm cool. So I'll kick it off tonight. You know, with the buzz around, the buzz right now is all about Emmanuel Quickly, whose skills, maturity, and fearlessness has really been something to behold. Yo, somebody please go on mute. You're making a hell of a lot of noise. So, hey, I'm sorry with the banner. Who joined? Is that you?
That was just yes.
Oh, Guzman.
Hi, my first
Guzman.
time. Yes.
Nice to meet you. How are you?
Same. I'm doing well. Thank you. I watched you guys for a long time. My first time joining the chat. I'm just gonna sit back and listen
Welcome.
to your input, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Nah.
Thank you.
Oh, welcome.
But it's you're with buddies. It's just chill. We're having it's a freestyle night, so it's not going to be as formalized when we're having a game. So just relax and have a good time with your buddies tonight. So as I was
Thank
saying,
you.
we'll kick it off the buzz with Emmanuel Quickly. His skills, his maturity, his fearlessness. You know that he's shown during the short time he's played this season. And in an interview yesterday after the game, he says he tries to be a leader. And we haven't seen a rookie leader since the days of Mark Jackson. Hey, Freeze, you there, my friend?
I am here. And listen, I just want to do something real quick before I jump back off. Who's mine in the building? I just
it's gonna be a good night tonight, man.
I had
Uncle
to do
Freebie.
that, man. Hey, what's good, family?
Hey.
It's good, man. And I'm excited.
I'm loving your morning show, man.
Hey, man.
That's a classic show.
Yeah, appreciate y'all jumping on with my man Foxy. Out of the way for a little bit, Foxy. I'll see you at 2:00 on the dot.
You got it. Thank you
All
so
right, man.
much. Take care, my friend.
Hey, so I sent you the.
What did you send it in a text message to me?
Yep.
Okay, thanks, man. I got it then. But even so, I won't be able to get him in from the backstage, though.
I got you.
So I'll call out if we need you, but hopefully by 2 we'll still have people around. So
hopefully, who's mine? Hopefully, brother.
Hey, could you see the chat? Because nobody does drip more Bazcoots like you either.
Hey, I didn't see. Hey, did we shout out George Alvernia?
Yeah, right, George is there.
I'm on like 48 minutes of sleep since he's a newborn.
Yeah, I know, man. I see our guy Chuck's in the thing. Robert Parr, who's great, who's always, Delano Steele, again, one of our family. believer of the God of Moses and Elijah. So,
God of Moses and Elijah. What's good?
What's good? What's good, Freezy?
I see. Hey, man, let me get out. I'm gonna get out of the way and let Foxy do it. I don't want to turn it into the Jerry Springer show.
when
Okay.
you're around, it's Nary Jerry Spring. It's just smiles, man. So, all right, we'll catch up with you later, Freeze. So, as I was saying, we really haven't seen as quickly or on the Knicks a rookie with veteran leadership as a rookie since really Mark Jackson had that type of maturity. So, he's really been a real special, and I know he's only played a short amount of time, but last night he was amazing. 16 points. Let me look at my things here. 16 points in 19 minutes. For the second game in a row, Austin Rivers came off the bench and was unbelievable, knocking down that three-pointer with a little over a minute left to help us propel us to that victory last night and our 3-1 road trip. They have really good chemistry, Quick and Rivers, and they changed the pace of the game. They enhanced the spacing of their teammates, and they really have a knack for getting the ball where their teammates get the ball in their spots. So far this season, let me just look at stats for it quickly. So in 3 games, he's played 46 minutes. He's shooting 571 from 2, 8 for 14. He's shooting 500, 3 for 6 from 3. He's shooting 1,000. He hasn't missed a foul shot this year, 11 for 11. He scored 30 points in total, 4 assists, 4 turnovers, so it's a 1-to-1 ratio there. Not a lot of a sample size, but the thing that I'm getting excited about is that Tibbs said that Quick is still getting his timing back, coming back from that hip injury. So if this is him not on his top of his game yet, I'm getting really excited. And he's repeatedly said in interviews that he's an elite shooter. He's like one of the best shooters that anyone's ever seen. And when Tibbs says that, I don't, he doesn't say that type of thing. I see him talk about, Knox and other people about being hard workers, but when he talks about Quick, there's a twinkle in his eye, like he knows he got something special here. So, and also, have you ever seen a rookie that's able to draw call? He gets vet calls from the refs at this stage, but he's drawing great things. So I'm not a big fan of the per 36 stat. I think it has some flaws, but it shows if Quick gets the minutes for us. So my question to the panel, and I'm going to kick it off with you, Joe, is although it's a small sample size, what's your gut telling you about Quick's potential over the next couple of years from points per game and assists per game, etc.? And how do you, in a couple of things, so it's going to be a lot of stuff for you to answer. What role do you envision Quickly having on this team in the future? Is he a starter? Is he our Lou Williams sixth man? Do you see him? Do you still see the Knicks drafting our future point guard next year, regardless? Do you see Quivers as our backcourt? Austin Rivers and Quick, short time from now, being our backcourt. So you take that, and fellas, if you need me to repeat that question as I get to you, let me know. But kick it off, Joe. What your thoughts on your gut telling you about the potential on Quick?
Well, my potential on Quick is I think his floor could be like a Lou Williams coming off the bench. 6-man, that's his floor. But you never know what his ceiling is. The kid has leadership. He can put the ball in the hole, and he's drawing fouls like a vet in his rookie year. And when Tibbs is saying that his timing's off, I just can't wait to see what he's like in a couple of games when he gets his timing back.
I know.
I'd like to see him as a starter, but my gut is telling now I want to see him as a starter, but my gut's telling me we're winning games, so don't touch the rotation, leave it as it is, and just add Burks back when he's back healthy. But leave it be. If something's working, don't mess with it. If we start losing 2-3 games in a row, then maybe put him in and try tampering a little bit. But as of now, not yet. I think keep him off the bench. Because if you are losing, like if tight games like against Atlanta, him and Rivers are that spark plug off the bench.
And also the comment by Tibbs that I love is that it's not who starts the game, it's who finishes the game.
Yeah, And we're gonna see a lot of that because we're not gonna blow out a lot of teams because we just don't have that type of talent on offense outside of Randall and RJ. But we're gonna be in a lot of close games, and you're gonna see Rivers and Quickly close most of them games. So Quickly's gonna get his minutes. He could get close to 30 minutes a night. Depends on the game and how Peyton is playing, or you don't know. But the good thing about Quickly is you just don't have to put him at point guard either. If you need it, he could play spot minutes at the 2. So,
Exactly. It's a classic combo, boy.
yeah, so you can use them. You can use them at the 1 and the 2. I think he can be in the years to come. He can be a starting point guard. When it comes to the question about the draft, it depends because if we're in the top 3 to take Suggs or Cade, I'm not passing on them.
You can't.
Just for Quickly, I'll draft them and figure out what to do then. That's the thing about Quickly. You could play whoever the point guard is and Quickly beside him at the 2 if you want.
Especially with that stroke.
Yeah. Or you have him coming off the bench playing the 1 or the 2. We've seen a lot of lineups already so far with the best lineup I'm seeing so far is Quickly, Rivers, RJ, Randall, Mitch. And I think maybe eventually down the stretch, if we do go on a little bit of a slump, that could be the starting lineup. But as of now, I don't think nothing's going to be changed. And there's no need to change anything. We're winning games, so don't tamper with it yet.
Yeah.
But I have high hopes for Quickly. To me, he could be in the it depends on how many minutes he does end up getting and his scoring averages or whatever. To me, the worst I could see him happening this year could be all rookie second team.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Hey, I'm going to kick it to Ralph in a second. Just we have a super chat. Justin Smith, thank you so much. We greatly appreciate it. His comment is, love the show. Do you think Stephen A. jinxed the Knicks by praising them on First Take today and attacking the Nets? Personally,
he needs to keep his mouth shut. He's been dissing us for years, and now we win a couple of games. He's back in the bandwagon.
He needs to be like Max Kellerman and just go to the Lakers. Just give us all.
At least Kellerman's consistent. Stephen A. Smith, we win one game, and he's in the bandwagon, and we lose a couple. He's all the Knicks stink. Come on, man.
Yeah. I mentioned the other night I haven't watched news in like a year and a half, and it's really a freeing. I love it, man. So I don't see idiots like I just let my eyes do the talking. I don't listen to idiots like that talking. Like you said, that I hate them, I hit them, they won a game, and I like them now. So
yeah. But I heard another one of them on. There's another one brother and another that's on. They're new, I think, on ESPN, and they were saying that they could see the Knicks sneaking into the playoffs, where the other teams are like the Bulls and Washington, and a lot of teams that are looking around that 8, 9, 10 spot are losing games. So,
yeah, I was watching the Bulls tonight against Portland, and man, this game is changing, man. It's like there's no such thing as a mid-range game anymore. It's three-pointer. That's all these dudes do.
Especially with Portland when Damian Lillard and CJ, they put up like 33s a game between the two of them. More, maybe.
I know. Let me kick it to Ralph. Get our boys involved. Ralph, what do you think about Quick? What do you envision him in a couple of years? What do you see him scoring average? And do you think that he's going to be a starter? Do you think that we're going to still draft a point guard? Let it rip. Like I said, it's freestyle night. What do you think?
I right now I'm going to be conservative. I'm going to look at him as a backup guard. I think he's good as our backup for this team, and it's still early. That's the problem. It's so early that
I know.
You can't. It's like I can't do it. I can't start saying he's going to be a starter in this league, averaging 20 points. He has to continue to fight to get those minutes. And so far he's doing a good job at it, right? He knows how to draw fouls. He has. I would say he has a starter's
mentality.
Game. I would say a starter's game. Okay. A starter knows how to draw fouls. Besides Lou Will, the Lou Will's one of the few players that doesn't have that's not a starter that can draw, could draw fouls, could shoot, and it's dangerous. It's one of the most dangerous six men in the league. But definitely quickly has a lot of So things that do you expect from a starter? His leadership, the way he talks to players, his shooting. He has today's game in my eyes. Qualities. I would say that. I would say he has a lot of qualities to be a starter, but the jury's still out. It's just 6 games in. He's exciting to watch. He's great for this team. He's great for the roster. He gels well with everybody. It seems. I like that. I saw World Wide West give him a chest bump.
Yeah.
And, so yeah, I think he also gave R.J. Barrett a chest bump. So I like seeing that, and I think he gave a pound to Frank Ntilikina. He didn't play, so. But
Yeah.
I like seeing that for the team. Well, you wanted to say something?
Just that yesterday he mentioned, and I mentioned it last night during the broadcast, that he praised Elfrid for sharing veteran tips and tricks with him, but he also said this team really likes each other. They really like to hang with each other, and that's nice, man. Because like I said, a team that's really that are together like that, they're a dangerous team, especially when you play defense.
Unity, right? Unity is important. So I like that. We went from last year we went from a divisive team to a very angry team to a very contrast team to now a team that's unified and everybody has an idea of their role and everybody's willing to work together. That's what's being talked about. So let's put all those rumors to rest about any beef between Julius Randle and Obi and minutes and Tibbs is a great coach. They have a plan. They're gonna figure it out. I want somebody. Let's give the ball to Tibbs, and I believe Julius Randle's gonna work as well as Obi Toppin. There shouldn't be no shade between either of them, and we should expect better things. So that's what I want to leave it. Let's give Guzman a chance, and I'll wait till my turn.
Okay, thanks, Ralph. Guz, you want to take it? Your thoughts on Quick and what your gut and your instincts are telling you in the next couple of years, what you think he can become?
Yeah, well, the few games that he has played, one thing that stands out in my view is the change of pace that he brings to the court. His floater game is awesome.
Awesome.
For,
What a touch.
to come into the league with that already, where it takes a lot of players years to perfect that. His floater game is really good. His three-point shots he's got ice in his veins in my view, and his free throws. You guys probably have the stats, but what's his percentage in free throws at this point?
1,000 so far, 11 for 11.
I think it was 6 for 6 yesterday.
Yeah, but he hit he got fouled on that 3, and he had a few others, so he's 11 for 11 so far this season. So yeah. I think he shot 92% at Kentucky last season.
He can be in a couple of years a 50, 40, 90 guy consistently, I think.
I agree. I think he will absolutely be hitting those, the gold standard for shooters.
And another thing that I notice about him is that he chats up the refs. I think he's getting calls that a rookie normally wouldn't get. At this point, from what I heard through one of the games, is that a lot of the refs are where is not the norm for a squad of refs to ref multiple games, but because of COVID, you might have the same squad. You might have, let's say, a 3-game home stretch where the same squad of refs are reffing those 3 games, and quickly chats them up, in a good way. He's in a friendly way, not disrespectful, and I think that's only going to help him get the calls, these 50-50 calls. And then you put him on the line, and the guy's shooting what the percentage that he's shooting says he's really good in that percent. As far as starting, I like him coming off the bench because of the change of pace that he brings. I don't hold too much value on who starts. I look more on who closes the games versus who starts the games. Because you can come off the bench and play really well, and then before you know it, you look at the stat sheet and you have starter minutes. You know, you might not be the guy who start the game, but you might have played more minutes than the point guard that opened the first
Absolutely.
and third quarters. Um, and his leadership, you can tell that he takes command of the squad when he's on there. You know, he's barking out the positions where he wants his guys to be. Um, and Tibbs doesn't play his rookies that much, let alone prop them up in the press in pressers and tells the world how impressed he is with a rookie. He usually doesn't play his rookies. I don't know if he's playing quickly a lot because out of necessity, or he just realizes that he's just that good and he should be out on the court.
You know, to your point about him with the refs, you know, I'll use Mitch as a comparison. On every foul, Mitch is shaking his head, and you know,
Right.
you see him, he's upset, and you see Quick go over, and he's asking him on the foul, "What did I?" You know, you see him like trying to be educated to what you're calling on me, but he's doing it in a respectful way.
Right.
And when you plant that seed with a ref, it can only be good things.
And not only that, refs communicate with refs. Refs can't communicate before or after games. They can't communicate with players, but they can communicate with each other, and that gets around. You know what I
Yep,
mean? That gets
absolutely.
around to other refs. You know. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Okay, Rob, my man, Mr. Inferno. What's your take on Quick, and what's your instincts telling you about what you expect in the next couple of years from him from scoring? What type of player you think he'll be a starter? Our Lou Williams 6-man, etc. Let it rip. It's freestyle night.
Well, pretty much. Lou Williams is somebody that he can reference to as in size coming in, but he's a different type of player than Lou Williams. He can do things Lou Williams can't do. He his style of play and his humbleness now. You can recognize talent with a player like when I first seen Alonzo Trier. I know he had the talent. That was never the problem with him as he went forward as a New York Knick. It was his attitude and how he presented himself to the rest of the team. And quickly, he'll never have that problem.
Never have that problem.
He will never have that problem. As long as he's keep on working hard, they say there's already he can shoot with the best of them
Yeah.
already. So that already puts him in the league. And I trust what Tibbs say. If he can shoot with the best of them, I already put him as a young with the mindset and a better understanding of the game than Steph Curry had at his age coming in. And
Yeah.
if you put all of this together, we don't know what we have because it's never been seen. It hasn't really been seen yet. It's something, it's like, it's like a hybrid something. It's not there yet, but it's coming. And when it's fully developed, I think we'll be looking at something different because he's a combo guard, point guard, and whatever you want guard all in one. He plays defense. He's gonna get a little thicker. That's the only thing right now that I would look at him. He's gonna get a little bit thicker. He's gonna make his way around the league. And right now, I'm looking at a future All-Star. Whether he starts right now or not, I'd rather see him start. But it's not like people. I wouldn't say it's only 6 games because as long as I've been watching basketball and playing it at a younger age, I can recognize talent.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And humbleness and talent equals an all-star every day.
Yeah.
He has the talent. He's humble. He's gonna work hard. We already see all of these attributes that he has.
He has elite talent as a shooter.
Exactly.
He
He's a
has elite
leader.
talent at drawing fouls already.
Yeah, and he started that in preseason. He would talk to the refs. He would try, and most of the time earlier, they wasn't even giving him the call. It was like, dang, he should be at the line right now. That same up and over now, watching the best that do. Jamal Crawford was an expert at it.
Yeah.
Lou Williams was an expert at it. Curry is an expert at it. Dale Ellis back in the day was an expert at it. Reggie Miller was an expert at it. It's players that, once they installed the 3-point line, that's what they did, and especially on the small from a smaller guard. Now
Yeah.
he can do all of that running team, and he will give you exactly what you need. Yesterday, we didn't need him as a point guard in the fourth quarter. We needed him as a scoring guard. And that's what he did.
Yeah.
He delivered what the teams needed. And it's up to the Knicks. It's up to the Knicks. It's not up to him. It's up to the Knicks to get another talent for the bench. That's not his job.
Yeah. And you
That's
know
the
what? I can't wait till he starts getting selfish. He's right now he's unselfish and he's passing up some shots.
and he's
But
gonna you're gonna see that for another about 10 to 15 games.
I
You're
agree.
gonna see him being that way. And that's the way to be because you want the humbleness to the whole team. But when it's time to be a lion, we can see he has a lion in him. And it's no disrespect to Peyton. It's no disrespect to any other guard, Frank or DSJ.
No, it's
This
just
is
about
what
talent.
this is what we have.
Yeah.
And it's up to us it's up to the Knicks management to put this because I feel as though if we were playing in front of the fans, this thing would be extradited.
Yeah. He
But
has
being that we're not,
a wicked first step, man. I didn't realize, that
and
move last night where he on the right side and also he blew and he jammed it.
he blew.
Wow, and a couple of times where he's gotten fouls, he has a really deceiving first step.
And it was one play when he went baseline when he dunked it. See that one when he came from the he was going down the baseline and he turned it in and he came in and he dunked it going baseline. The play before that one, when he was coming down that way, Randall got in his way. It was by mistake. Randall did go in his way and he stopped the play. They called the timeout. The very next play, he ran that same move, went all the way to the baseline and dunked it. Randall was standing at the top of the key and just shook his head like, okay, I see what you was doing.
You used him as a decoy that he was going to kick it back to Randall and boom,
and he
step and
when it didn't work, he didn't even hesitate. He called the timeout. They went right there because he tried it at first. Randall stood in the way. So he wanted the understanding of how this play worked. So he called the timeout. It didn't come from Tibbs. It didn't come from nobody on the floor. Quickly called that timeout. And when he called that timeout, he went right back to that same play. And this time he broke free. Randall stepped out the way, went all the way around. Two-hand dunk.
Yeah.
So,
And also Tibbs gave him an education during the game in that first half. He took a three that wasn't really it was a bad shot. He pulled him immediately. And that's good teaching, just saying, hey, you want to be on the floor, it's all about smart shot selection.
If it was that, I really felt as though, me personally, that the reason why Tibbs did him like that in the first half, because the pace of the game and him coming off injury, he knew he was going to need him late versus early. They could have built the 15-point lead or 20-point lead and lost it because he didn't have win. Or you let Randall handle all the heavy lifting and then you let quickly close it.
Yep.
Because they said, he pulled off at the three, but if you got a terrific 3-point shooter, he gonna miss some, he gonna hit some. He shot that square at the top of the key. It was off. I think he shot it a little bit too quick, but I didn't feel as though it was anything to chastise him for other than if you had another plan in your head. That's just my own way that I looked at it.
Yeah.
Because it's not only didn't he play that, he didn't play all the way up into the fourth quarter. It was like a save thing to me. And when he saved them and he exploded, he did it exactly what we needed to do to close out the game.
Yeah.
And it's something special there. But the way that I see him and the way that I see Tritt is talented, just like he is, but his attitude Tritt has. So this right here, it's going to be a keeper. What you're going to see in the future, you're going to see an all-star. And I'm not saying that it's too late, it's too early to call it. It's his mindset. He got a work ethic. And he's talented and he's humble. That equals all-star in this league all day long.
Yeah, I agree with you. Hey, let me just do a quick shout out to the chat. Trini in Harlem, hey, shout out to you. Thank you so much. As always, we appreciate it. Charles B. Some call you Chuck, some calls him Charles B. I call him King Charles. I hope all is well with you. Chuck Allen, you were great on the morning drive this morning. It's nice to put a face now to you. Long time been speaking to you. Tomas Abreu, a fellow Boston Terrier guy. Like some of you met my pup last night, Champ, who's next to me every night during my broadcasts. But last night he decided to give his daddy a kiss in the middle of the broadcast, which I don't mind. So shout out to you, Tomas. 0.5, hope all is well. Nick Yak, 47 buds. Kaiser Sose again, family. Sherwin M again. Daryl Pemberton again, part of our family. Morning, noon, and night, man. Hope all is well. Extremely generous dude, smart guy, great points all the time. Let's see. I'll give it a try. Afaye Azua. I'm sorry if I messed your name up, but I've seen you here before, and I just want to let you know how much we appreciate it. We hit the 1,180 subscriber milestone today. Thank you so much for your support. Just again, a shout out to please hit those like, subscriber, and reminder bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. And please share the link on your favorite social media platform so we can grow the Blarnge Tears family. And thanks again, like I said, hitting that 1,180 subscriber milestone. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. And also a quick shout out to the best mods in the world, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. Hope all is well. New Knicks, this dude is really talented, man. Whether it's art, logos, music. I heard a track that he did today. We're putting together some intros and stuff like that. So we're doing some stuff behind the scenes. The man is really, really talented. So just a real quick, Chef NYK, Prince Bote, let's see, just a couple others. Just want to get it out. Brooklyn Belly, Pseudonym Skype, and again, Robert Parr as always, man. Mike Lister. So thank you so much. And we'll be checking in. And again, interactive, any questions, any thoughts, let us know. That's what Freestyle Night is all about. So, fellas, I'm going to kick back to you, Rob, if you don't mind. Next topic is Julius Randle. As we know, he's having a monster season. So we've seen and again, shout out to our guy Ralph who called this. Props to our guy Ralph, man. That he's having a monster season, and we've seen a whole new player. The impact of Tibbs and everything else. My question is, do you think he's a candidate for most improved player of the year? By the way, Brandon Ingram won it last year.
No doubt. Not only that, and the All-Star game. Not only that, I'm going to double down on the discussion that I had on here in an opinion that I got killed for. I said in the beginning of the season, that Randle game was like Draymond Green's and got killed for it. Guillaume, okay. Oh, how you going to compare him to him? Him right now, what Randle is doing is better than what Draymond Green has been doing. He's doing it at a higher level. He's scoring better. He's facilitating, and he's rebounding at a higher level.
He's a bigger dude too.
That's right, and he's bigger, and he's doing the same thing.
Yeah. What
so,
he did?
I just wanted to reiterate on that, and I'm thinking like when we get healthy, when the team gets healthy, and we can take some of these minutes off of Randle, he's going to perform even better.
Yep.
Even better. We're playing with 8 people. We're playing an 8-man. We got 5 people out, 2 people we don't play for Tibbs' reason that we don't know, but 2 people that we don't play. And sooner or later, it's going to come down to when everybody gets back healthy, it's going to be something. He's going to be a better ball player. And the thing is, what Randle from this year to last year, it wasn't that the Knicks last year was divisive. We didn't have cohesion. We just had, in 2 years, we had no team identity.
And also, I don't think Fitz was asking him to do what Tibbs is asking him to do now.
You know what?
He just gave him a blank check and said, do what you want. And that's not structure.
I think that he asked him, but he didn't give him the benefits of what it would be if he did it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He probably said, yeah, you could take the ball. You could be like Draymond Green. He said, look, you're going to be able to teach these young boys. You're going to be able to be the leader of this team. You will be recognized as an all-star when you do these things that I asked you to do. Trust me. And Randall put his trust in him, and he's been soaring up ever since. So team identity means a lot. We didn't have none. Now we do. We have an identity. We have a go-to player. We have people taking positions. Now, everybody yesterday, well, no, I'll bring that up when you get to him, because it's been going through the little media. You're gonna get to this person, and I was gonna hit, but
who is it, by the way? Because it's a freestyle night. I'm not going to be touching on every player and stuff like that.
Okay, well then let me bring it up. Everybody that was on the on social media, TV, and everybody, they was praising Knox for what he did. They seen the growth. Everybody that's even on First Take and the jump and everybody, they not the jump, but a couple of little things I've been watching, and they was praising Knox for what he did in that crunch time of the game to secure the win. Everybody thought that was big. They seen it as improvement. People on except us. We had mixed reviews about it, and everybody else that looked into it that's not fans of the Knicks said, look, that's a positive step towards not for Knox, because he did it when it counted.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, by the way, my brother Kevin Wright, talked to him earlier today. Unfortunately, he has business that he may get here a little later, but there's a good shot he won't make it tonight because of business obligations. So if you are listening, Kevin, we miss you, brother. He's my brother, man. I just love him on our telecast. I like his takes, and he's part of our family. So if you're hearing, we miss you, man. But if you're here later, cool. If not, we'll catch you soon. So just wanted to let the chat know too that man's taking care of business tonight, and that's we all have to do that. So just wanted to let everybody know that. Hey, just also a quick shout out. Are you watching the chat, Rob? You see?
Oh yeah.
You see our brother Charles? Is he the coolest dude you've ever seen?
Man, Charles is a bum.
No, he's not. You see, he's up to line 223. The dude has style. He not only styles on the outside, styling with his clothes and stuff. I just love the
lost my 2020 because I don't see it. He's a bum.
Oh, I think he's just a cool guy, man. So,
man,
are you finished on your takes, my friend? I'm Julius. Rob, anymore?
I'm up. I'm
good.
oh.
Go ahead. You can go.
Take a goose.
Yeah.
And it was about. You think there's a possibility he could be the most improved player this year?
Definitely, yeah. I think he took a lot of people by surprise. The way he's playing, and I including the front office. I don't believe. Well, I could be wrong, of course, but my take is that I don't know if the front office saw this coming. If he's doing what they asked him to do last season, but I noticed a difference that he's quicker to do it now. He was more apprehensive when he was passing out of double teams. He was more apprehensive, which turned into his turnover. His turnover rate is high now, but as it was last year as well. But I think he took the front office by surprise and that how well he's playing this year. I'm wondering, let's say for instance, if they had any clue that this is the output that he was going to bring this season, would they have drafted Obi at that position? Especially knowing when Halliburton was still available.
That's my guy too, and we'll touch on that in a little while. But Halliburton was absolutely my pick. Matter of fact, if people go back and look at Raw, Hebrew Remnant, he always had great takes and stuff. He did a thing on Vassell and was talking about rookies prior to the draft. And if you look in the comments, I put in a long thing of like a scouting report, and I said if it comes down to Vassell and Halliburton, one of the skills that differentiate them is that Halliburton makes the players around him better, and that he was number one on my thing. So no offense to Obi, but I wanted us to take Halliburton in the worst way, and I'll go over his stats in a little while. If you guys want, he's lighting it up, man. He's doing every everything from three, from two, from foul line, from the guy he's quality.
I mean, my take is that if the front office had any idea that Randall was going to be able to um, take his game to the next level, they would have they could have gotten a backup power forward at 25 and picked up that point guard, that much needed point guard at 8. They picked 8, I believe, right? So they
Correct.
could have picked up that much needed point guard at 8, and you could have picked up that backup power forward to play behind Randall. Um, I think they took Obi as a safety net because they probably didn't see the and to Randall's credit, I think he sitting at home and says, "Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to give that power forward position to. I'm just not going to hand it
I'm going to show you who the demand is. I am the
Yeah,
man.
yeah. I'm going to make it hard for you to reduce my minutes and hand it over to a rookie." And to his credit, man, I know it's still early, but to his credit, he's doing it on all levels. Um, Rebound. I mean, he almost had a triple double yesterday. So I know we didn't get to this point, but in terms of his extension, I would definitely extend him for next season. Um, a lot of people just want to hand Obi the starting position just based on where he was picked. I'm a firm believer that a rookie, a second year player, or even a third year player has to show they deserve that that's those starters minutes. You just don't hand it to a rookie because he was picked in the lottery. You have to show that you're able to displace the person that was there before you.
Yeah, and I think
So
our brother Guillermo yesterday, that was his point about Kevin Knox, that you just don't give him the starting position because Bullock sucks. He really hasn't demonstrated. He hit 2 clutch shots yesterday, but he had 3 shots in the whole game. So and he's been getting in very early foul trouble. So I think it's something you earn. It's just you don't give it because you were a draft choice a couple of years ago and stuff like that.
yeah, I wouldn't even contemplate trading Randall for another draft pick because at this point, if you traded Randall for a draft pick, you'd be taking one step backwards because if you look at the depth chart of true power forwards, and I say true power forwards because when they tried to play Knox at that power forward position yesterday, he immediately fouled. He can't handle the
The
strength
strength.
of a power forward. So you have Spellman. He's on the disabled list, inactive. You have Obi. He's got the calf strain. So if you got rid of Randall, where are you going to go? I mean, you're reducing your depth even more. So my take is extend Randall for at least next season. Let him feel that he's wanted and needed, and have Obi when Obi's healthy. Have Obi relieve him and reduce some of Randall's minutes because I don't know how long Randall can deal with playing between 35 and 40 minutes. I mean, they're crunching 72 games into what a 3 month season,
Yeah,
and you don't have that many rest days. Um,
and that
and
is a real key point, man.
yeah,
This is a
and
whole different schedule than anyone's ever experienced, man.
yeah, and in my view, we've seen the front office and what they can do at least up to this point in terms of structuring contracts, bringing in players. I would love to see their scouting proficiency, their drafting proficiency. You know, you've got a whole new front office. I will and you can say, okay, we're in a lottery, so it might be a little easier. Let's say I'll give an example. Look at the Spurs. They've been in the playoffs 20 years, but they always seem to find players late in the draft. I would
And
love to see the New York Knicks become one of those teams that no matter what draft position they have, they can find these hidden gems based on the fact that they have good scouting, good
Parent.
yeah, good a staff that's finding these hidden gems for them.
Yeah, and I think the key part is whether it's Buford in San Antonio or Riley down in Miami is that they know their system. They know and they draft players that they know their strengths that would complement and work within that system. They don't bring somebody in, So that kid out of Memphis, Prince Achua, he's playing really well for Miami, man. I think he's 60% from the thing, so they know players how to bring him in. So, anything else, Goose, before we kick it over to Ralph?
Um, yeah, what's the one last thing? I'm really nervous with the minutes that Tibbs, either out of necessity or out of habit,
Keep that
is
in mind because that's one of
giving
our
to
next topics we're going to go to. So, do me a
yeah,
favor, keep that.
heavy minutes. Yeah, heavy
Yeah.
minutes sometimes unfortunately lead to injuries, which I'm a little worried about. But that's pretty much my take.
Okay. So Ralph, God of Moses and Elijah, we call him the prophet because he's brought up Randall. He's brought up the courage issues that we have with Frank. So he always has a great instinct and eye. So what's your take? Do you think that your guy Randall has a chance for most improved player of the year this year?
Yeah, I said that too. I said that he's
I
gonna
know
be
you do.
yeah, most improved player of the team. I just want to say that both Goose and Robinick made some good points, interesting takes, and I don't think it was fair that. I mean, I could sort of understand, but I think to say we should trade Randall all summer, I think that was a stretch. I think that was too far, you know. But one interview that I did like was when John Calipari was talking about the Knicks. He was talking about, hey, one thing he said, it was like, the Knicks now have one more. Julius Randle. We have to see Julius Randle. What did he say? He said something like, "I told you about Kevin Knox. You remember I told you when you drafted him. Wait 3 years, and what you guys told me. Yeah. So he said something like that. And then when it came to Julius Randle, he was like, well, now he has another somebody on his corner, Kenny Payne, and we got to see if he has another level to go to. So when he said something like, "Hey, he has somebody in his corner," that piqued my interest. Is like, why does he? I mean, it's one thing to say, hey, I think, we think it was a great hire, but when he said now he has somebody else on his corner, it almost felt like Julius Randle possibly felt like, hey man, I'm by myself. I'm doing all I can.
Hey, I'm
And
CAA and I'm also Kentucky. Why don't you love me too?
no, right. But remember, Leon Rose just got hired, January, February.
Mm-hmm.
So Julius Randle was getting killed. Oh, there was a lot of criticism from the beginning of the season. Actually, during the season, right? But remember, Steve Mills just got fired February, something around like along the lines. And I mean, I don't remember Leon Rose getting hired into March, or he didn't take the position until March. But long story short, when he said something like, now Julius Randle has somebody on his corner, I was like, okay, there's a lot of pressure with Randle right now, and clearly, what's making this season special, right? I know Julius Randle is talented. I know RJ is talented, but they need to buy into a good coaching system. And that's what making this season special for everybody, is that they're buying into this system. You see a good coaching system, and you see that they're buying into it, and that it's smart, and then it's good basketball. A lot of people would say, "Oh, I couldn't see this, I couldn't see that." But when I saw that they hired Tibbs, I'm like, okay, that's a good coach, and he's no nonsense, and he knows what he's doing, and he knows what he's talking about. So this is gonna work. But
And Ralph, not only that, what I love is that we're also seeing the whole coaching staff. So you're seeing Tibbs call very timely timeouts before,
yes.
nip it in the bud. I saw a defensive rotation we didn't like. That's immediately, and we could be up by 14 and he'll call that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what I'm loving is you see the kids go off, whether it was Johnny Bryant talking to this one, whether it's, Kenny Payne talking that, Woody talking. So it's a collective coaching staff that are working and they're talking to Tibbs, so the communication's there, and I love that, man.
Not to mention, I want to throw a quick point with that because Rob the Knicks said earlier that Emmanuel quickly called a timeout on his own, and that was his call, and that was a great decision. So don't be surprised if down the line we start seeing Peyton start doing the same thing. If we start seeing whoever is Austin, I don't know if Austin Rivers is going to be the point guard. Whoever is going to be the other point guard, I don't know who it is. I'm not going to get into that whole so many semantics into that situation. But let alone, I'm going to say we'll start with Alfred Payton. Sooner or later down the line, Alfred Payton's already taken threes and he's actually knocking them down. So don't be surprised if Alfred Payton starts to learn from quickly. Shoot threes, knock them down.
Keep them honest.
Keep them honest. Call a timeout if something doesn't go right immediately. Don't try to brush it off. You got to do what's necessary. So I wouldn't be surprised if that starts to happen. But in terms of Julius Randle, I want to get back on topic of Julius Randle. Great point. He's having a phenomenal season. I like that Tibbs said he needs to trust the passing. So he's become a really good passer too, man. I know people sometimes we're talking about he's not passing the ball faster, but you can see how much better he's improving. Is the effort, the desire to make sure that Kevin Knox gets the ball.
Hey Ralph, if Burks didn't get hurt, he would have had 2 or 3 more triple doubles.
Oh yeah. And so those. I mean, I'm glad. But the only stat that I told you, I'm going to say it before I said it again. The only stat that I'm really looking for from Julius Randle that I really, even though look, I can't really be tough on him because he's already he's phenomenal already. But I always, if I could, let's just say if I could, I would want him to improve the 3-point shooting percentage. I don't want him to finish the season with 27%. I know he's better, but I also know he's doing a lot. So as a fan, I don't want people to say that he's only a 27% shooter, that he can't stretch for. I know he could, but I also understand.
Yeah,
this guy is doing. He's already.
You want him to shoot better from 3 and cut down on those turnovers a touch.
He can. He's already doing so much. I can't ask him to be efficient when he needs to be a better passer, and he is, and he needs to just continue the trajectory he's doing for the team. So, you can't ask for more from him. So.
Okay.
Shout out for his hard work.
All right, Goose, I'm going to kick it to you in a second. Again, I just want to do a quick shout out with the chat. D Block Celtics, hope all is well. Again, Nick Yakman, the salute. Jeremy, hope all is well. Thesis Thomas, again, always appreciate your support. Joe Madden, what happened to you, man? We couldn't see your face, and now I just see you there. Quattro Cinco. And hey, Goose, do me a favor. Look at the chat, our private chat. I have a little message for you in there if you get a chance. Not tonight, obviously, but I just sent you a little note. And again, everyone in the chat, family, let us know. We like this. This is a freestyle night. We want your input. Any thoughts that you have, please let us know. And just a reminder to please hit those like, subscribe, remind the bell so you don't miss out. Jose Perez, what's happening? Hit those like, subscribe, remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. And thanks again for helping us blow through 1,180 subscriber mark. And again, please share on your favorite social media platforms the link. And also something I wanted to bring up. As a person that grew up in the chats with Sim, and I was on the chats for a long time before I met with Freezy and came on in the video panel and stuff. But a lot of times when you're in the chat, you're having your conversations. A lot of times it's conversations that are not even what's going on in the video chat. So a lot of times I watch the show afterwards, the day after, not the live show, just the video of the repeat of it, and I pick up so many things. So I would suggest too that give it a try. We're getting like 2,000 views a day now on our videos. So if you're real busy, just give it a shot, and I think you're going to enjoy it. You'll probably pick up things that you didn't realize that I was there and I never heard that point. So just wanted to say that. So I'm going to kick it to you, Goose, in a second. So the next topic, and you touched on it, is the minutes for both RJ and Randall. They're number 1 and 2 in the league at 38.7 and 38.4 minutes per game. And Tibbs absolutely has a reputation for grinding his players into the ground. Even Jimmy Butler complained about it when he was with Chicago. He logged 38.7 minutes per game 2 years in a row, from 2013 to 2015. So just as a thing for you, here are the leaders so far this year. Barrett, as I said, is number 1 at 38.7. Randall is at 38.4. Harden at 38. Colin Sexton at 37.7. Westbrook at 37.4. Brogdon, 37. Sabonis, 37. Carol Lowry at 36.7. Jeremy Grant, 36.3. Lillard, 35.8. McCollum, 35.8. Garland, 35.8. Murray, 35.8. Hield, 35.7. And Jokic, 35.7. But another thing, just a quick history lesson to just show the craziness of how the game's changed. Chamberlain, 45.8 minutes. Bill Russell, 42.29 minutes. Allen Iverson, 41.1. Jerry West, 39. Latrell Sprewell, our boy's not here tonight. If you're listening, shout out to you, my friend. But Latrell, 38.63 minutes. Larry Bird, 38.4. LeBron, 38.35. Michael Jordan, 38.26. And my guy, my favorite of all time, Walt Frazier, 37.53. So you see how the game changes, and I think it's also crazy because you're thinking about these old timers. They didn't have the private jets. They didn't have the custom hotel rooms and beds. They didn't have everything. So I'm worried, but it's not like other players, both currently and historically, haven't put in those minutes. So Goose, take it. Is it an overrated stat, or is it very, very real?
Before I give you my take, I was just wondering, you mentioned Jimmy Butler. If you can get the information, who was his backup back when he was logging in all those minutes?
Well, keep going, and I'll look it up while you.
Yeah, because my thing is, yeah, Tibbs does like to play his starters heavy minutes, and I think in this regard, currently it might be out of necessity because Burks would normally take some of the minute load off of RJ, and Obi would take some of the minute load off of Randall, and of course, obviously, they're both out. So I think, and the reason I bring up the Butler perspective is that Tibbs has to trust his backups. If, let's say, for instance, if Tibbs feels that Butler, when he was logging in all those minutes, didn't have a feasible backup behind him, and Butler was producing and was the key to winning any given game, he's going to rely heavily on Butler. In this perspective, in this case now, it's out of necessity because if you look at the depth chart,
I have it whenever you want it.
Yeah. I just want to finish my point.
Yeah, sure.
In this particular case, with Burke being out, who would take the load off of RJ and there wouldn't be much of a fall off. And the same case with Randall, who would cover him, and because of Obi's being out, and there not being too great of a fall off especially when you're trying to protect a lead, or you're within 4 points or five to 10 points of tying the game or taking the lead. So it's worrisome if Burks if Burke and Obi come back and you still see this same trend, then I'd be more concerned. I think he's doing it now out of necessity, and maybe again, now you can give me that information, because before I finish my point, I would love to know who was backing up. Was he
You
a
got
reliable backup?
Goose, you have a lot of insight, my friend. I like I like your role, because when I'm looking at this now, you have a lot of insight, because you had him at the shooting guard on that roster. The only really competent shooting guard was Kurt Heinrich. Behind that, the next shooting guy was Ichwan Moore, who I don't know who the hell it was. I thought I know all the players, but
I
he
heard the
made
name. I heard the name, but I don't know if he's even in the league anymore.
exactly, or he'd be taking minutes for anyone. So when you look, I'll go from top to bottom: Aaron Brooks, Butler, Dunleavy, Gasol, Taj Gibson, Heinrich, Doug McDermott. He was a rookie that season. Nikola Meritat, Nazir Muhammad, Noah, Derrick Rose, and Tony Snell. So to your point, a fantastic point. There wasn't really anybody that he could sit for. He had to put in those minutes.
But he did put Dunleavy did play. Dunleavy did play behind him.
I know, but I'm just going right here. They're calling Dunleavy a small forward, not really a shooting guard. So, but I agree with you. But there wasn't that. Dunleavy doesn't bring the same, especially in the defensive end, Butler. So whether on offense or especially at that point of his career on defense, he was the only guy in town. That's why I think he logged those minutes.
Even I'll give an example in regards to yesterday's game against Atlanta. When they sat, when Atlanta sat their point guard, I'm sorry, his name
Trey?
escaped me. Wait, when they sat Trey, the Knicks came right back, because wasn't an equal. Of course, there's not going to. It's hard to have an equal talent across the board, but there wasn't a point guard that could sustain that level of play to stop the Knicks from coming back and closing the gap in the score. So that's my view in regards to starters versus backups. If a coach trusts his starter more than he trusts the backup, especially in a coach like Tibbs, he's going to rely heavily on his starter, which equates to more minutes for his starters. Again, how sustainable that is.
And especially with the great point you brought up about this is a special schedule. That year, they probably had times there were 2 games off or 3 games off. This year, it's pretty much 1 game on, 1 game off.
I mean, look at Tibbs' rotation. He's usually goes only 8 deep.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
if he had a deeper bench that he could rely on and didn't feel the fall off is going to be that great, he might go 10 or even 11 deep on
You know what?
certain
But Tibbs
games.
did say that it was going to be a 10-man rotation and 15 was going to be needed. So that 8-man rotation. I don't think it's fair to judge Tibbs by what went on in Chicago and what happened in Minnesota as far as players' playing time.
No, I
Because
don't. I'm not saying that 8 is the norm. I'm saying if Burks and Obi were healthy, you have your 10-man rotation.
yeah, but he also said that it's going to take 15. He made that point clear in training camp. They said, "What's your rotation?" He said, "Look, it's going to take all 15." The news media took it and curtailed it to 10.
Right.
He said with this environment, the way that it's set up, you're going to need everybody.
He wants everybody to be ready.
And I just take it that even though I felt as though like during the Chicago times, and I felt as though like when he got to Minnesota, because I was watching that he did ease back a little bit on the players. So I'm taking this though because I don't think Tibbs is stupid. He know in today's NBA it's going to take players and he can't run them down like that. He seen how it cost him with Derrick Rose because he couldn't even pair Butler and Rose just to that. So I'm think he's smart enough to know early in his career in his first coaching job that he probably did overextend. But I don't think that he's going to take that. He's going to take that and bring it here. Hard play, and when I see that he has That's why I think that he stresses defense. Because if you have an offensive player that you have to sit down, but the whole team's concept is based on defense, you don't have to really outscore that other team. All you got to do is contain them until your stars get the rest, and then you can put them back in the game and
Stops.
continue where you left off from.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I would definitely love to have an offensive player sit and rest and replace him with a defensive minded player. Definitely, because you can curtail the opponent's scoring that way. You know, if you can't equal the starter's offensive output, at least defensively,
Yeah,
you can. Yeah,
because
I agree with you.
Atlanta's problem yesterday wasn't the offense; it was their
No,
defense.
their
They couldn't
defense.
stop. They couldn't stop us no matter what. That's how come I always did feel comfortable with the game because I didn't see whereas though when they did have time to rush them, all they had to do was hit a couple of shots, hit a couple of threes in the second half, and that was going to take away their lead, and that's pretty much what happened.
Well, you
But
know what? I'm glad the Knicks didn't try to shoot it out with them. The Knicks actually held them about 12 points below their score. I think Atlanta's scoring average per game is about 120 points,
yeah,
Exactly. Second
something
in the
like that,
league.
right? They held them to 108.
And then the game before with Toronto, when you hold teams like that, and again, it was misleading because Toronto hit a couple threes at the end that really didn't count. But so they're playing very good defense under
Yeah.
Tibbs. They're running at him at the 3-point line, and that's why they have one of the best defenses in the league right now. I think we're ninth in the league in total defense, but we're one of the leaders in holding our opponents on 3-point percentage.
yeah, that's true. And another thing too, with the short, with the injuries that we have right now, yeah, we can take time and give Randall, and as we see from the old veterans from back in the days, the minutes that RJ is playing at 21 is really nothing.
That's my whole point why I went back in history.
It's
Hey,
really
just real
nothing.
quick,
Look
shout out
at-
to Nick Yak. He brought up that last night our defense held them to 1 for 7 on
yeah,
threes in the fourth quarter, and that's why we won. Thanks, Nick Yak. Appreciate it, my friend.
I'm not going to never look at 38 minutes for a 21-year-old as a problem right now. And especially when you're shorthanded because that's what they get paid the millions for. When the roster rounds out and we get everybody back, then we can talk about
Curtailing their
managing.
minutes of
Yeah,
touch.
'cause right now it shouldn't be an issue because we need wins at all costs. We
Yeah.
playing the toughest schedule right now, and we got a chance to win games right now. Hey, like you said, you can rest when everybody's going to come back, and when they come back, you're going to get the proper rest that you deserve. But for right now, we cannot look at it like anything with minutes. Anything they're young. They're not a veteran team. They're young. I don't really feel as though that we're going to be able to run them out right now in 15 games. If we run out this starting five in 15 games, they didn't come prepared to play.
Yeah.
And that's just like one of my points right there. They just didn't come prepared to play. But I think they'll be able to weather the storm and Tibbs gonna see fit to give them the necessary rest when we get them back. We got players coming back every day. Every day they're getting closer and closer. So sooner or later, Obi is gonna be back. I think Obi is on his 8th or 9th day right now. So he got 10 days. Probably by Friday, he's going to be getting reevaluated, and you might see him back on the floor by no later than next
I hope
Wednesday.
so. I hope so. For Randall's sake and also for the kids' sake. But calves are a weird thing, man. You want to be careful with them.
Yeah, that's why like you rested out the most because like you said, 10 days to evaluate it. You might need another week after that because if it was that bad of a strain, he wouldn't even been playing. I done pulled my calf before.
Yeah, it
It's
feels
hard
like
to walk.
there's like an ice pick in your leg, man. It's
Oh
brutal.
yeah, it's hard to walk. You don't want to do that. So from where he's at right now, and then we can get Burt back. Burt can we can do things at that position.
Yeah.
Once we get
We're
some-
missing him. We're doing well, but him coming back with that stroke of his, he's not gonna. I think he's shooting right now. I'll tell you this, like 60% from 3.
Yeah, he hasn't even played, and he's still number one on 3-point percentage, and he hasn't even been playing. And he's
No.
day to day, so I wouldn't be surprised if they give him some minutes tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or today, I should say.
Hey, Rob, anything else before we kick it to our brother Ralph?
No, you can give it to Ralph.
Ralph, so what's your concern? Are you concerned about the minutes the guy's playing, especially with the historical stuff I brought up, and also other players that are key players on their team also logging those big minutes?
I'm conflicted with that, right? To be honest, right? I'm conflicted because, the Derrick Rose situation. Often what's being said about Derrick Rose is he always landed poorly, and that's what derailed his career. And
You
if you
can't barrel into the paint like he did. He was.
right,
He
I think
was
I think it's the way he landed. I think he landed poorly. It was the landing.
that shot. Boom, boom.
And then if you know about him and Karl Anthony Towns, that's a 30, 35 minutes per game. If you look at Basketball Reference, by chance while we're doing, when you have a chance,
It's always up.
30, 35 minutes and up. He's a Gorgie Dieng was drafted by them, and he was fighting because he would never get any minutes. So it was always hard for a backup center to get minutes when Karl Anthony Towns played, because he plays 35 minutes. So I don't know if that's a separate situation between roles, but I understand Guzman's concern about those minutes, right? We don't want these players to get hurt, but
but they're young bucks,
right? RJ's young. I sometimes I get a little concerned with Randall a little bit in his minutes.
He's 26,
right? But sometimes
he's a tight end though. That type of body, right. You want to be careful,
right? Just because he's getting more tired these days, so I'm like, he's getting tired. But like Mitchell, I think I'm fine with Mitchell playing a lot of minutes. I think I'm okay with RJ. Randall, sometimes I get a little concerned. Let me see, because you guys made a lot of good takes, and some of them I could remember. And I think that's about it, right? I think I'm gonna keep it that simple, because I think he just runs a tight ship. I think he runs a tight ship, man.
Yeah, looking at his career, like you said, 37, meaning Karl Anthony Towns, 37 minutes, 36 minutes. So he logged a lot of minutes during his time, man.
So that's what I expect. I think I look at RJ and Julius Randle as, I'm not going to compare them to Wiggins and Karl Anthony Towns, but I'm just going to say I could see them continue to log in a lot of minutes for the Knicks. And and Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson is starting to improve. I think that's how now, look, Mitchell Robinson is playing a lot smarter. So I liked what that key block. Not only did he block it, but he also got the ball after he blocked it. So he got the ball, but blocked it, got the ball, passed it to the point guard, and they created a positive situation for the Knicks. But I don't know if I see Tibbs changing from his game plan. I think Derrick Rose could have been its own situation, and I think Tibbs might have just he's sticking with this plan, and I think he has a lot of people around him that's smart, and I think they all need it together. That I think they all believe that Randall should be playing 35 minutes as well as RJ.
Yeah, I've got a lot of great respect for Rose because he's modified his game since he came back from those devastating injuries. He's a much better shooter than he was earlier in his career. He's crafty and stuff. So I think somebody's going to probably pick him up at the trade deadline from Detroit. So
that's a good conversation.
Yeah. So again, shout out to the chat. We're going to go to our next topic, and I'm going to be kicking it to you, Ralph. Brother BKL Contreras. Hey, man. Hope all is well. Ahmad Salah. Jeremy. Again, Joe Madden. Misha. Hope all is well with you and the little one in the family. Delano Steele. Let's see. Trini in Harlem, as always. And we'll get to you. And again, everyone, please, we have 124 in the chat at a little after 1 in the morning. We have 50 likes. Ask a favor for, show some love to Freezy and the old Sly Fox. Let's get those likes up past 100 tonight. Just a reminder to please hit those like, subscribe, remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. And please share the link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Lawrence Tears family. And thanks again for getting us past 1,180 subscribers. 1,500, here we come. And again, special shout out to the greatest mods in the world, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. So the next topic, I'm kicking it to you, Ralph. I found some interesting info today. I'm always doing research behind the scenes to try to make the show as entertaining as possible for our family. That only a few days ago, the talk of the town was RJ's shooting slump. He had thank the Lord, he's had 2 strong games in a row to quell the Knicks fans' concerns. But RJ is just shooting 23.5% from 3 this season, which is the second worst in the league. So during that research, I saw some numbers that helped settle my fears, though. I have a list right now that I'll read off in a second of the worst three-point shooters so far this season. So RJ's number 2, panel and chat. Who's number 1?
Not Julius.
Not Julius.
Okay.
Any thoughts, panel and a live chat? We want to make this as interactive.
Is it a Nick? Is it a Nick?
It's not a Nick.
Okay.
Going once.
I'm sorry. Is lower percentage than RJ?
Yeah, who's the lowest percentage shooting person shooting threes so far this season in the league?
Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell.
It's not. That's a great thing, but the answer is Luka. Luka's shooting.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
19.5%. RJ's number 2 at 23.5. And ready, fellas, listen to this. JJ Redick is 3 at 24.3, and he's a sniper. OG Anunoby, 25%. Giannis, 25.7. Goran Dragic out of Miami, 26%. John Wall, 26.3. Miles Turner, 26.5. Rudy Gay, 27. Karis LeVert, 27.3. Christian Wood. So how would the Knicks fans feel if they dropped the bag on Christian Wood and the dude shooting 27.3%? Shake Milton out of Philly, 27.3. Covington and Portland, they gave up a haul for him, 28. Theo Maledon.
Even on how many shots?
It varies, obviously, but when you're talking about these are top line players. So you know that they're putting up shots. It's not like a secondary player. That these are all name brand players that are doing it. So we have from 5 attempts to 9 attempts. So there's no one here.
How many RJ has?
RJ has well, it's misleading. It's saying it's basing it on 16 attempts. So. But the last one, Bradley Beal, 28.9%. So you imagine if we put together a package of assets and everything to try to get a superstar, and he gets here, and they're shooting 28%. So Kyle Anderson, so those are really, but really Bradley Beal, JJ Redick, there's a lot of people. So it made me, feel like, wow, the kid's still scoring 26 points. He's a work in progress on his shooting, but wow, he's not the only one that's having problems so far this season connecting. So I'll come back to you, Ralph. Your thoughts on, does that soothe you a little that he's not the only one?
I was already kind of soothed. I wasn't taking the shooting slump as a big situation,
One second. Hey, Charles, Christian Wood is 23-10 on 55%, but that's from 2s, man. That ain't from 3. So keep going.
Oh, so I wasn't stressing over his shooting slump. Even Reggie Bullock
with 21 in a row misses.
Right. No, the thing is that how do I say that? We started seeing all of our guards started shooting threes, and I think it kind of went under the radar, but then I started catching on that that's something that it's a rhythm, right? The whole team is starting. All of our first it started with quickly shooting threes. Then all of a sudden, Alfred Payton started shooting threes, and he had the whole panel quiet because he's like, wait a minute, this guy shoot. He went three
But
for
you can understand we were shocked because
right. So then RJ went through a shooting slump. Um, Reggie Bullock went with a shooting slump. Uh, Knox is still shooting the ball. He's moderately fine. So this is the offense. The offense is, you know, Julius Randle collapse the defense. Once you have two people on you, kick it out. And the best way to help out Randle is to, when he kicks it out to you, to knock him down. But that doesn't happen just like that. It takes practice. It takes a lot of shooting, and it's only a matter of time before you start knocking them down. So we had a rough patch with the Raptors, but I was confident on the process, especially when Austin Rivers said, "Guys, trust us, trust the process that we're doing. We have a plan." And I can read it off everything he said on the Instagram, but I think you guys get my picture. So, again, we started off hot. Remember, we started off hot with Alec Burks and some people, and some players because I believe in practice they were shooting a lot of threes, and then they got hot, and then they got cold, and then they're getting hot again, and then they get cold, and that's how it happens. So, one of the main reasons we started knocking them down, and Alec Burks became a great, in preseason, Alec Burks was really hot. He was really good, and he's a great floor spacer. But I think in practice, again everything started in practice, and he started, in practice he started knocking them down. So it was only a matter of time. But RJ started knocking him down, and I'm glad he's getting better at it. And I don't think it's an indictment of who he is. I think the Knicks want him to keep shooting it, stay practicing it, stay working at it, and especially in practice. And eventually, you'll knock him down.
Yep. I'm just taking care of some business. I got my brother Joe Mann's back. We had a troll in the chat, and he's out of here, man. He's out of here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he was trolling.
Yeah, he ain't trolling no more.
Mm-hmm. So that's what happened.
A good troll is good sometimes, as long as they ain't cursing. I can deal with it because I was getting ready to hit him with something anyway.
But Joe hit him with the jab, and then the hook off the jab, and then he hit him with that right. Ladies and gentlemen,
send him in there to get beat up a little bit.
So, my man Ralph, anything else on that?
I think that's it, man. I think there's gonna be nights where we knock him down. I think there's gonna be nights where he's gonna get cold again. So don't be surprised.
Hey, Rob, you heard that list of known snipers that are also having major problems from three this year? Did that soothe you with our guy RJ? Rob, are you looking for divine intervention? I see you looking up in the air, my friend. You're the coolest. Hey, Goose, can you hear me? Rob, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm sorry. I'll get back to you, Goose. Rob, you were
Okay.
spacing out there for a second.
Oh yeah, but yeah, with the as far as his 3-point,
Smokey, I love you, man.
yeah. So about the 3-point thing, it's like this here. RJ is not going to be a great 3-point shooter, but it's like, but I don't want him to get caught up thinking that he has to hit them all, and then he taking more. He should be allowed about like 2 to 3 a game, because the reason why I asked you about how many, because I'm pretty much sure RJ is probably the one leading that whole little bunch with the most shots. Because I know for a fact we all know he took more than 16. So if that was just the limit just for him, he just should know when to shoot them and from what spots they're going to be good at. Not all over the floor. RJ will fire him up any place on the floor. He needs to first concentrate where he's going to be good at. It seems like as though he hitting them at a better pace in them corners. So he might want to stick to those and not, certain places on the floor he shouldn't be shooting them. And then I think that'll bring his percentage up because, like I say, he'll fire him from all around the circle. So, he needs to fire from the corner and then just work hard going in. RJ plays a hard game because, because of his shooting, and he has to get used to that. When he's get winded and he's just see an open three and he knows is that he has to come to the decision that, okay, I know I need to work on it. I know I need not to take a lot of them. It's people on the team that's qualified to hit these shots. And I need to find them to give them the ball. All open shots is not a good shot, especially when you can't hit them.
Yeah.
So if he's careful of that, you know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about him then.
So, okay. Goose, your thoughts? Did knowing that there's other snipers that are having some problems from three, is that soothe your feelings that RJ's in good company of people that are having problems this year?
Well, the panel touched on some of the points that I have, but one of the things that I liked about the slump that RJ went through is that it didn't affect other parts of his game. He didn't allow it to affect other parts of his game. He was rebounding his assists, and it's just that his shots weren't falling. They were not bad shots. A lot of the times they were open, good looks. They were just not falling for him, and they're not going to fall all the time. So, like I said, it did not bring him down enough for it to affect other aspects of his game, which was one thing. Um, in my view, his shots were good looks. They were not um, they were not bad shots. And I agree with Rob. I think he should concentrate on finding good positions and where he's more comfortable on the court, shooting those threes. And another thing that I noticed, especially in the Atlanta game, when his 3 pointers weren't falling, he brought his shots closer to the basket, and I think that's important when you're in a shooting slump. Bring your game closer in. So you need to see those shots falling. It builds your confidence, um, and then work your way out. You work your way back out to the 3 point line. You don't want to keep repeating. If something's not working for you, find something that is. Instead of shooting a 3 pointer, if they're not falling, go 15 feet in. Or one thing I would love to see RJ develop is a floater game to add to his arsenal.
Yeah.
I don't see him shoot too many floaters. I would love for maybe for him to develop that aspect of his game. But
hold your thought for a second. Hey Freezy, if you're hearing me, if you can bring in our boy Teddy, and maybe Chuck in, if you can bring him into the room tonight, it'd be great. Thank you, Freezy. If you hear me, bring our guys in. Unfortunately, we keep having we're having some trolls tonight, so sorry about that. I don't see my brother mods tonight like I usually do, so we'll deal with it, and I'm sure my family will deal with it with their own words. So sorry, Goose. That, and also touch on. Have you been impressed with RJ improving his foul shooting from last year? And is that something else to build on for his other parts of his game and shooting?
I think, to be honest with you, unless you're a center, I think especially point guards, if you're in the NBA, you should be efficient at free throws.
Yeah, well, he's not a point guard, but whether a 2 or 3, he's basically shooting right now what the average is for the guys in his position.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Not point guard. You're right. A wing player.
A wing player.
Yeah,
Yeah.
anywhere from 1 to 3. Um, I believe that that's an aspect um of your game that you should be proficient at. And I'm glad to see. Well, it's like again, it's a small sample size. Hopefully, he can sustain it. But I think it's important because the same way you see a 15-foot jumper go through, the same thing your confidence grows. Every time you see the ball leave your hands and go through the hoop, it builds your confidence up. And I think it's finally working for him. So hopefully he won't have a game like he did in Toronto anytime soon. Especially, we're gonna need his perimeter, his inside out game tonight. I think it's gonna be very important if the Knicks are gonna pull this out. He's gonna have to be as play as well as he did in Atlanta.
Yeah. Our guy Ala Wise always has great insight from the chat. He mentioned to be a good shooter, you have to learn the spots the defenses are giving you and master those shots. And he's making those adjustments. Really well said, Ala. So, fellas, anything else on this topic? Like I said, it's freestyle night, so anything you want to throw in there, I'm cool with that. But if not, I'll go to you, Ralph. And have you been surprised with Rivers not practicing with this team, really having formal practices and coming off a groin to be as effective as he's been coming in? And again, maybe the stats are not jumping off the whether it's assists and all these things, but you watch the game, he's impacting the pace, he's impacting spacing, and also what I love about him, he's a real dog. If you notice, watch the possessions on every turnover that he's had, on the very next possession, he's stolen the ball or made a turnover to basically make amends with a mistake he just made. So is Rivers surprising you?
So far, man, he looks so well prepared, man. That's the thing about it that I like about him. And I almost want to bring it to quickly. Like those guys that look like they're so well prepared, like they're so well coached. So I'm just happy about it. I still need to see more from Rivers. It's only been one game, so I need to see before I start saying, am I happy about it? I need to see like at least a couple of games because I was, again with Quickly when he did it, when Quickly started doing well, we were happy, and then it's been like 2, 3, or 4 games, and you're like, okay, wow, this guy, I was really happy about his leadership, but yeah, Austin Rivers is looking like a great veteran. Another great addition to this team. Looks like a solid long-term piece. I mean, in my eyes, I would say Rivers is a good long-term. I wouldn't mind keeping.
I think a 3-year, right?
So
I think it was a 3-year deal he signed.
3-year deal. So I'm happy about those. I'm happy about that. I'm happy about that. I'm happy about Rivers so far and Burks. Though I mean, those 2 good signings. I mean, those signings. Helps the rebuild, feel better. Like we want to feel we want to feel good about. Okay, we drafted. Now we got to go to the season. We're talking about winning games, and everybody got to learn. Every player we drafted is learning how to win games, and that's what I want to focus on. I don't want to hear about no tank. I'm glad that Goose Mont said that. We don't want to talk no tanky. I mean, I'm not a tank guy. I don't know. I don't.
You play your heart out, and if you lose, you lose.
Yeah, I don't even know. Right, and I don't even know much about the draft that much. I don't even, it's just too early. Maybe after the trade deadline, that's a good conversation. But right now, I'm talking about wins. That's what I care about. I'm interested in which player is is learning how to win games for us. I'm glad that RJ is learning so far this early about winning games because we're seeing John Morant do that. We're seeing Zion Williamson learning how to win games. I mean, granted, he's top of the, these are top tier players, but I like the fact that we're in a position now where it's not where we're not obsessed about only winning 10 games, 15 games. Like we only won 17 games when we drafted RJ. It was a tough tank, and so now it's all about can we break that Vegas prediction? And a lot of us feel confident that we're going to break that Vegas prediction, and we looked at it as an insult, and more people are starting to talk about winning games. So I like that Austin Rivers is helping that situation, and I think that next season he will, if we keep him, I hope we keep him, does that for us. I hope we keep Burks, and I hope, of course, I want to keep Randall as well. So those three pieces, I'm happy about those three, and let's keep drafting good players, and let's keep grooming them to, let's push them, let's groom them to win, to have us win games. That's what I want to say to that.
Yeah, I'm going to kick it to you in a second, Rob, about your impressions on Rivers. Just to the shout out to the chat. Hey, C-Mac, I'll be talking to Freezy about making you a mod, man. So, but again, shout out Game 3-5, Iapo, Marion Davis, Jarrell Williams. Again, Quattro Cinco, Cry Me or Rivers. So appreciate. Please get those likes up. And just a reminder, please subscribe. We're at 1180. Hit those reminder bells. And please share the link with your friends on your social media platform of choice. I appreciate all you guys do.
I'm not going to be here for long. Just letting you guys know, like maybe 15 minutes and I got to head out. Okay, guys?
No, but it's always a pleasure, my friend. So, Rob has you're on mute, Rob. Can you have you been surprised with Rivers not having any practices with the team and playing at this level, and also coming off a groin? He looks, his handles, his quickness. He had a gorgeous reverse layup the other night. He hit that dagger three, with a little over a minute to play. He's hit two big threes, in the last several games. And he's a coach's son. You always like somebody that's going to be hear what Tibbs wants to do and bring that leadership on the court. So, Rob, you want to take it, or you're still on mute? You're on mute, my friend. Rob, help me. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, Rivers is a vet. He played behind some great players. So he knows how to prepare himself. He probably, that strain that he probably had was probably, pretty much, I wouldn't say ready to play, but, like he probably did a lot of work on his own leading up to it. That's what it looked like, because he came back like ready to go.
Yeah, but it's the speed in the NBA and practicing on your own are two different things, man.
Yeah, but when you're in the NBA 8 years, you know what to expect.
And in the playoffs and stuff, yeah.
The speed of the game is not going to phase you. That's just like you getting in your car. When he's been around that type of level play pretty much his whole career. So him falling into line, getting back in, like I said, he probably worked himself out without the team and got all the necessary, because like you said, he fell right back in. And for a veteran with that mindset, that's what you need. That's what you expect. You expect him to come ready to play. And that's exactly what he showed. He had to play behind Chris Paul, and Chris Paul was hurt. He was hurt in games. James Harden, whatever he had to do, he did. So, I don't think that he was going to come back too early. He was going to come back ready. He was able to put the ball on the floor, score good baskets, and he's a time and possession type of player. He knows what's needed at what time. He's been in every situation. So he knows when it's time for him to put up a shot. He knows the defender that's defending him. How he makes the defender move according to where he wants to go.
Yeah, that charge he took on Trey. Wow, that's a pro. That was a pro. He knew exactly. God bless you. He knew exactly where he was going, and he basically baited him into doing that.
That's right. And and from somebody like that, that's what you expect. You expect him to be ready. And he came ready, and he's pleasantly surprising with his game. I'm surprised he took that money. It seems to me that he wants to show, rather than the money, he wants to show that he can play this game, not in the shadow of anybody.
Yeah.
And I'm good. He's a welcome addition to the Knicks. I can tell you that much. But yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah. Goose, have you been surprised? Just meaning we know he's a pro's pro and he's been in the league, but to come in and play the way he is, and also there, whether it's with Quick or he seems to have chemistry that he's already played with these guys for like a year or so. That, wow, it's really impressive.
Yeah, well, Rob touched on a lot of the points I was going to make on, so I don't want to repeat those, but I agree with everything he said. My view is basically identical to his. But one thing that I would say is that, a lot of free agents, they come to New York for that bag, you know what I mean? Um, Whether they win or lose here, I don't think that it really concerns them. They come here for that payday. When I found out that Rivers signed for 3 years and around 10 million, I almost felt bad for the guy, you know? I feel like, wow, he's stealing from this guy. But what I did was I looked back, and he's been a pro for about 8 years,
Mhm.
and he's made about 70 to 75 million combined with all the squads that he's been on. And when he said that he came here to be part of the culture change, to be part of the bringing back the Nick um, culture, the winning culture. I was impressed with that because he made his bag. You know what I mean? And he wants to be seen or remembered or be part of a bigger thing, and that's the rejuvenation of the New York Knicks. And a lot of players have said the same thing, but at the same time, they just signed a $80 million contract. You know what I mean? This guy signed a $10 million contract and is telling you, well, you know what? I signed this contract because I want to. The money is not important to me. The bringing back the Nick winning culture is more important to him. And I was
And
impressed when he
he'd like
said that.
to see that he was part of that resurrection of this franchise.
Right, he wants to be part of the rejuvenation of the New York Knicks. And the fact that, listen, I'm not going to lie, he probably was chatting it up with his dad and said, you know what? There's a spot on that squad for the taking. If you show out, you go there and you show out, you can get out from under my shadow, and there's a spot for you for the taking there. There's no shooting. Well, RJ, yes, RJ is pretty much, they have a lot invested in RJ. But in terms of the point guard position, which I think Rivers can. I think he was playing point guard, right? He was playing point with against Atlanta at some point.
Yeah.
So his dad probably said, "Listen, there's a place for you to shine in New York. If you win it, and every player always says is true. If you win here, I mean, carte blanche. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If he's part of that rejuvenation, because he'll be here for 3 years, and he's only what 29 years old. So hopefully they extend him after that. But yeah, I like the addition of Rivers. To answer your question, I'm not surprised. I'm actually looking forward to when they actually have set plays for him. I mean, if he can put up the type of play that he's doing now, based solely on experience, on his veteran knowledge, imagine how effective he'll be when Tibbs has set plays for him. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's pretty much my take.
Hey, you're not on the subway, are you?
No, no, I'm actually standing outside my job.
Oh, okay. That's cool. 'Cause I saw the middle door and I couldn't tell. And I was like, ladies and gentlemen, we have a first on Knicks at night. We have somebody on the subway. So I was like,
No, I'm
yeah,
actually, yeah. I work overnights.
that's cool.
Mm,
So
That's cool.
I'm actually at work right now. and I can do this because my job is closed because of COVID.
Mm.
So I'm basically here holding it down.
Cool. Hey,
Yeah.
let me
So
kick it right back to you though. I know it's only 7 games, but do you think there's a really good shot that Tibbs is going to be in the discussion for Coach of the Year this year?
I think not if a few things would have to happen first. I think a couple of his players, at least one, would have to make the All-Star team, and they would have to make the playoffs.
Yeah, because Nick Nurse.
I don't think he's going to get that. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get that honor if one or two of those things doesn't happen first.
Yeah, but even if he comes in third, I think it'll be an honor.
Oh, he'll be in the. I think he'll be in the discussion. I think he'll be on that list. Whether he gets it or not, I think it'll be determined on the final what the final numbers are in terms of all-star selections, playoff bids, and things like that. His the total win.
versus
If
what
yeah,
we went through last year with Miller and Fizz and stuff like that. Are you happier with the rotations you're seeing versus those guys and stuff?
um,
I hate it.
I love the all-around improved coaching that we have this year. I was never big on Fizdale. I think Fizdale basically was riding the coattails of Spolstra in Miami, and
Superstars.
his right and his the affection that all of the big name soon to be free agents at the time had for him. So he was basically there as a lure, you know. They were
Yeah.
dipping him in the ocean of free agents, hoping that some free agents would nibble and bite at that as the Knicks coach. But I tell you one thing, once I started seeing right now, you look at Tibbs, and this guy's the Knicks could be up 5 points. They do a defensive lapse, and this guy's ready to tear someone's.
Yep, timeout. I'm ready to scream at you.
You know, he's ready to tear someone's hair up. With Fizdale, the guy was smiling. His team could be down by 25 points, and he's cracking a smile on the sidelines. Where's your disciplinary, and like when you're a player and you see a coach laughing and you're losing.
Yeah,
All right, you're losing. You're
it's
expecting, yeah.
that I think some guys just can't ever get out of the mindset of being an assistant coach. I saw a picture last year, and forgive me, Chad, if I'm repeating this, but I saw a picture last year where Fizz was, while he was coach, he was tapping the guy on the shoulder like friendly, give him a hug and stuff. And
Right.
I said, well, you know what? Assistant coaches use their hands to tap you on the back. Head coaches put their hands around your neck. Like they ain't playing. Either you produce or you're on the thing, and there ain't no playing. Everyone knows Tibbs is a very serious dude. This is not Fizz. There ain't going to be any smiles. The only time there's going to be a smile is when there's a chip.
Yeah, there's I think what a lot of assistant coaches are one of their in their job description is kind of be a pacifier between the players and a tough head coach. You know what I mean? When
Yeah.
a tough head coach yells at you, then here comes Fizdale to sit next to you and say, "I don't," to smooth things over. He was not ready or able or even willing to be the bad guy. He was just wanted to be when he was taking his players to games and sitting with the rookies and watching games together. I mean, how about staying in your own locker room and watch some video
Yeah.
of actual opponents you're going to come up with? You're not taking your rookies to the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's my view.
Yeah, I'm going to kick it to you, Rob, in a second. A couple things. Hey, one of our mods, the new Knicks, boy, is it good to see. It's been a little crazy. We missed you tonight. There's been a little crazy in the chat room tonight, so I'm so glad you're here, man. I'm trying to multitask here, and it's kind of hard to do the chat and talk to my family here and keep the conversation going. So I'm so glad to see you, man. Hey, got a quick shout out. We have a super chat from Jerome Drury. Hi, Jerome. Hope you're having a good night. Thank you so much for your generosity. Freeze and the family appreciates it. Jerome says, RJ's a scorer. He's not a shooter. The 3-point shot will come eventually. Good discussion, guys. Thank you so much. And we agree with you. And as some of the guys have mentioned, that we think that it's going to come from, close. We know he's good from the 5 feet, but maybe get that mid range and then work it out. But also maybe just take three threes a game, cut down the amount of threes that you're taking and stuff like that. So thanks again. We really appreciate it. And also, brother BKL Contreras, about Tom as a candidate, and I'll be kicking it to you. I'll kick it to you, Ralph, about your thoughts about Tibbs this season, and maybe do you think he'll be in a discussion for a Coach of the Year? Our guy, brother BKL Contreras, says maybe if Tom gets us to the playoffs. But thanks for that feedback. Much obliged. So and Iopo, sorry man if I'm messing it up, man. Tibbs is a true Knicks fan. He knows the mission at hand. And Prince Pote, excuse me, chat, if I'm repeating this. Oh, I didn't see I just saw thank you so much for the kind words. Really, really appreciate that. I love you guys. New Knicks, no worries, man. No worries about just getting in. Just let you know how much you're missed, how much you are a key part of this team, and you and the other mods. And when you're not there, everything falls apart. So just letting you know how important you are. So Ralph, whether it's rotations, his timeouts, the way he's working with his players, the way he's working with his staff, it's only 7 games in, but what's your thoughts on Tibbs?
I just want to say before I get that, I forgot to mention, I want to give a shout out to Theo, because Theo actually, when we first started like 3 months back, he actually said he predicted Austin Rivers to the Knicks. And I was like, I agree with you. And look what happened. We actually ended up getting in this show.
Hey, one sec, isn't Teddy Flat one of the greats, man?
Yeah.
I just like that.
Yeah, great dude.
T Smooth, man. That great style, those smarts.
Yeah, man.
He's definitely one of my favorites, man. When I see him, it's like a warm feeling comes over you, like family.
yeah, we get that, and then we have some comedy. We talk about the Knicks, so it's great. It's great to have him around too. But now let's talk about Tibbs real quick. Tibbs is doing great, man. We've said that 100 times already about how much we love about him calling timeouts and creating expectations on this team, right? I'm a big fan of how he does it. I don't know what else to add to that, but he's great with the timeouts, and I'm a big fan that everybody in the team looks prepared. And hopefully we'll see Frank Ntilikina, not hesitate as much when it comes to taking his shots. That's the only guy that I'm like, okay, I saw him go 4 for 4, and the other time I saw him hesitate. I want to see what
the rotation we have now. How does he get in there with the? We have a pretty tight rotation.
Right, well said. And there's always opportunities, because I think his opportunity is going to come from there's a 7.
If somebody gets an injury and he gets
72 games, right? It's 72 games. It's not a 10-game. It's not a 10-game season. 72 games. So
I think DSJ's coming back before him, though. He's upgraded.
Everybody's gonna get minutes. I think everybody's gonna have their own. I believe everybody's gonna have their opportunity. It's a long season, and you can see that everybody in this team is very hungry. Everybody wants to prove themselves now. Yeah. It's not a Fizdale, like you said before. It's not a Fizdale smile. Everybody wants to go out there and show that I belong here.
But collectively, hey man, let's do something together. Let's say that we do something special as a team.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that we I know sometimes when you fail we criticize you, but I even like the fact that even RJ, he was pushed to the limit towards failure. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
He was pushed to the limit where everybody in the chat is talking about he needs to step up. He needs to do better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's when you're being pushed. Not you're not being pushed when you're averaging 26 and then we got to pull you in so that you can protect your averages. You're pushed when you can't shoot no more and you can't do. That means wow, you exhausted all your abilities. And everybody's saying wow, he needs to work on his jumper. He needs to work on getting to the line. He needs to work on this and that's all fair. And we all want the best for him, but that's part of the game. I think Randall's definitely being pushed, and we're seeing him grow while he's pushing himself. So I want the same thing for Frank, and for DSJ and for Kevin Knox. And Kevin Knox sometimes he shoots he gives you a dud, and then yesterday he shoots a clutch 3-pointer.
Two
Two of them, and that I have to. So he's like, wait a minute, I belong here too.
And also playing defense and stuff. So
yes, yes.
Our brother Kevin Wright's not here, and again, shout out Kevin. As I said, Kevin's taking care of business tonight with some work obligations, but he's missed. He's always, like I said, he's family, so if he's not at the table, it's a glaring miss for us. So
give it. Can you highlight Ayopao, Ayopao? He said that right. He highlighted. He said Theo Pinson put a tweet. This team is hungry. That's what it's about, man.
Yeah. And you can tell Joe Maddon's is interviewing for a GM position because he said, "Give Theo Pinson a max contract."
But that's what it's about, man. So I'm a big fan that there are because there's usually a huge fan base that's very protective of Kevin Knox, Frank Ntilikina. Now they don't have to protect them no more. They're out. Those players are out there. They want to prove themselves, which is what I've always wanted. I don't want somebody to defend somebody because they're just a fan. I want that player to step up and say, you know what, man, enough is enough. I'm going to prove myself in this league. I belong here. I belong in this league, and I belong in this team. And that's all I ever wanted, man. That's all I ever wanted as a fan.
Hey, let me do a quick shout out to Guzman. Hey, Guzman, he lost his connection. Freezy will be here to relieve me in a couple of minutes at 2:00 because we basically are breaking this down going forward. I go to 2, and then Freezy starts Knicks at Night out after hours because that man is a maniac. He can go. He's like a, he can go nonstop. So I after 2 I get pretty beat, and my wife beats me up. So.
Me too. I was ready to go. I'm holding it down because
thank you.
I'm the only guy right now.
And I appreciate it, Ralph, so much. Mm-hmm. Goose. So give it a couple of minutes. Hey, Freezy, when you come in, please post the link so Goose can get back in there. Really, really liked your takes, Goose, man. You added a lot to the show so far. And we want to hear you more tonight, but especially that's why I asked for your contact information. We want to see you more in the future. So, hey, Rob, are you there, or are you doing some Henny, or are you doing something good that we can't see? Oh, maybe he's on the throne.
and not to mention, so let's talk about Obi. So a lot of people are having so many if questions about Obi, and some people are questioning. I don't think he was a good pick. He's 22 years old, and I think he's going to show out. I think he's going to show out, man.
Yeah,
when he gets minutes,
I think a lot of pressure was put on him. Where we needed a stretch 4, but that's not really his game at this moment in time.
I think sometimes a lot of people have I don't know how to say it, but I'm going to go with a lot of people are very, he doesn't fit my eye test. It could be one moment doesn't make you who you are, like in the game. Like if you didn't look good in game 1, if you didn't look good in the preseason, then that's not. Give it time. Trust the developmental process, and know that when he gets on the floor, whether it's 20 games after the season, 30 games, 40 games, whenever he gets called in, when Tibbs trusts him to give him minutes, he's gonna surprise you. He's gonna have a really good season. So,
You know what I'm excited about though?
Yeah.
What we were just talking about Rivers and Quick they'll absolutely help that kid. They'll know his spots that he likes. They won't Obies. So
okay, that's a hot topic, and that's a difficult. Obi's a difficult conversation because a lot of people are going to go with the whole concept of, the college series. I think he's going to surprise everybody. I think he's going to gel well with Julius Randle on the floor.
You could think he already. The whole team likes him. He's a nice kid. And
I'm talking about on the floor. I'm talking about on the floor. I'm not talking about personality.
Yeah.
I'm talking on the floor. Julius Randle and Obi is going to do fine. I think too many, in my perspective, too many over. I think people. I believe, right? In my words, no. I'm going to say it's just being overanalyzed. Right now, I think right now with Tibbs has proven that you can do anything. You can do a lot. So I expect Obi to play the 3, the 4, and the 5. And
I don't know about the 3 only because of I don't think those hips of his can deal with the quickness of guys NBA 3s. They'll just blow past them. But I definitely see him at the 4 or 5, man, especially in today's NBA.
Right.
But also one of my issues is Elfrid. Elfrid's played well. Can't knock him for the games he's been playing. But he's so razor focused on Randall. I don't think as a point guard that he's demonstrated that he knows the spots of his teammates. And I think Quick as a rookie, and I think Rivers, again getting back to Obi, is going to say, you know what, kid, that's a little too far out for you. In practice and everything, if that's your spot, they're going to remember it. And also getting back to Tibbs thing, I don't mean anything. Set a screen for him. Set a pick for him. Do something. Get his shot. Get that confidence going. We don't want Kevin Knox 2.0 in terms of a confidence thing, but I think he's a tough kid, and he hits a few of those jumpers, and he'll get going. And also the game will slow down. When you talk to kids coming into the league, the first thing they say is, "God, I played at Kentucky, but the speed of the NBA is shocking." And I mean, wow, I thought I was a world-class athlete, and I came in with my head like, yep. And all of a sudden I'm like, wow. And then the second thing they say is strength. So between the speed and the strength that they're going against, it takes a little time to get used to. And, some of the people compared him to Amari. Amari was a much bigger guy physically than Obi. So he's going up against guys now. It's like, whoa, I was a beast at Dayton against the competition. Now these guys, I can't move this dude. This dude's moving me.
That's a good point. Well, good points taken. What I wanted to say about one thing about Alfred Payton though. I like the 3-pointers that he's taking. I know you might disagree with me on that one, but
no, I think it's essential. In fact,
right.
All you need to hit is one from the say.
You got to change your heart now, huh?
Well, but just meaning,
now that he's not down.
Only because if you said when we were talking that time, it was like if I had a choice of Frank taking a 3 or Elfrid taking the 3, I said I'd want Frank to take the 3 because he has a smooth stroke now that we're seeing. Obviously, he doesn't have a lot of attempts, but I take Frank all day, all night, shooting a 3 on a kick out than Elfrid. That was the only point I made that day.
Right, but now it's essential for Payton to take these 3s and he's still gonna get his 7 assists. But right now, if he can space the floor and knock down some 3s, I think it's a good start. I think it's a good start for Payton, man. So I'm proud of him for that. I give credit. Look, if he passes it to Julius, for now I can tolerate that. But he's actually also spacing the floor for me. Obi Toppin. I'm gonna be if there's a surprise. I think he'll play. I have a feeling that he might do decent at the 3. I could be wrong. I'm not afraid of being wrong. I want to see how that happens in the season. How Julius Randle can and Obi Toppin can play at the floor together, as the 3 at the 4, I got to see how that works. Hopefully it works in practice. But the thing is, the reason why I like Julius Randle and Obi, it's not really defense. I got to be honest with you. It's because Obi Toppin can also space the floor. He's a good knockdown 3-point shooter. So I was like, well, he's a big dude. He can knock down the 3.
Some of those 3-pointers, though, showed up on the traffic controller's screen at Newark, man. They're way up there.
Oh, right. But when he gets more confident and more comfortable, but he's another floor spacer. He can knock down those 3s. So right now he's probably a little nervous with the speed and the game of the NBA. But if he can knock down those 3s, so long as you can knock down those 3s, you can help the team. Look at Burks. Burks can,
Beautiful stroke, man.
Yeah.
I mean, some guys, they put it up, but he just is just from a mechanic standpoint, it looks the same every time, and it's smooth.
And also, not to mention, Obi's a good rebounder. I expect it to be a good rebounder.
He's an explosive athlete. Right, but he's an explosive jumping ability.
I remember what Julius Randle said in the panel about Obi. He said, the game is positionless. I believe I don't want to be wrong saying this. He said the game is positionless. I haven't watched, but I've this that I can't remember. But I think it's possible those two they're trying to see if those two can work together, and that could be a powerhouse if done right. In terms of rebounding, again, it's gonna require a lot of technique, but I want to see if those 3 can work, because it'll make that pick so much better. That's what I want to say. It will make the pick so much. I know it's not realistic, but it will make the pick so much better if Obi with his size, it would be kind of cool to have both of them on the floor.
Yeah.
If not necessarily as a full-time 3, but at some minutes, yeah. But even Julius Randle's looking. Did he play stretch 5 against Atlanta?
He played 5 the other night. I think he did in Atlanta, but people don't realize he played. I think it was 55% at power forward, 45% at the 5 his last year at the Lakers. So he's had experience with that. Hey, just a real quick shout out. Hey, JD in the backstage. Unfortunately, only Freezy has the keys to bring you in. I would have brought you in a while ago, my friend. I really like your take. So Freezy, if you're hearing, we're waiting for you, my friend, not only to bring JD, but others in there. And I have a dog I'm going to be walking pretty soon and looking at the stars and saying my prayers to my family. So just a couple of shout outs. Darley, how are you? Darley, one of our favorites. Morning, noon, and night. Hope all is well. Hussein Shabab, Juju 92. Against Prince Pote. Let's see. Is Darley said, this is to you, Ralph. I don't know if you saw it, that Peyton's taking shots that are open, which is technically good shots, but not good shots from him. He needs to get actual shooters in those spots. Can't argue with that logic. Absolutely. And I think that's maybe some of the differences we're seeing with Quick in there, even though he's a rookie, that he's getting the guys in the actual spots. So great insight as always. So, and again, JD, sorry about that. We'll get you in as far as soon as possible. Again, George Alvernia, hope all is well with you and the kids, with your child that was just born, your son, and the family. So our future gaming again, and again, just a shout out to the family. And hold on one sec. Just we broke through at 109 likes for the night. We're at, ladies and gentlemen, we're at 1,190 subscribers now. We're a blink away from 1,200. Woo, 1,500, here we come. Thank you so much on behalf of Freezy. Can't tell you how much we appreciate it. God bless you guys. We love you, family. We just love you. So,
what's up, man?
Yeah. So hopefully Freezy will be getting here soon. And let me just do a couple other things. But just again, hit those like, subscribe, remind the bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. Have you you've been catching any of the Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts, Ralph?
Catch them, but I gotta be, they're great shows. Sometimes I can only watch like half of it because this show is like 3 or 4 hours, the other one is like three, and I'm like, sometimes, I gotta catch. Like I try to listen to at least an hour and a half, and I try to cap as because
Freezy's
sometimes I don't want to copy. A lot of people there's a lot of people that make good takes, and I really watch not to copy. I don't want to take somebody's take. You know what I mean? Like I try to.
Yeah, that's why you never see me on like the other shows.
Right.
I keep it fresh for Knicks at Night.
I see. That's a good point.
Yeah, well, that I don't want to also be. Hey, man, you stole that from. Nope, I don't watch him.
Oh, right.
I don't watch him and anything. So the stuff you hear is strictly from the Fox, man.
Right.
I'm not listening to nobody but my heart.
Yeah, I try to separate myself. Right.
So,
but what's your take with the rest of the roster? What do you believe, man? What do you?
Obviously, like I said to you, I think we're really a draft away from. We have, we only have a couple of elite players or players with the potential to be elite. Obviously, we have Randall, we have RJ, the kid Quick. I love him, but Obi, I think he's gonna be okay. Mitch, but we don't have, we have really Burks. We have, from a shooting standpoint, we need a couple of. I think we need a couple of more elite shooters, and also. No disrespect to Kevin Wright, but I do think that we're going to be drafting Knox's replacement the next draft. I think that we're going to have that they're maybe Knox is better as a role player coming off the bench, but I don't think he's going to be the star that they envision, and maybe in a role he'll come into it. But I think if they have a chance at a Kuminga, and they have a chance at somebody else at a 3, that they're going to say, you know what, we gotta get somebody that has a higher ceiling than Knox has shown, and also just from a high maintenance standpoint, they've done. We all heard what Calipari said about it's going to take 3 or so years, and he hit he took only 3 shots yesterday, but there's issues about him making his own shot. It doesn't look like he could ever go left. Everything he does is basically going to his right. He's picked up his defensive game, and I really respect.
That's hard.
Well, it's hard. It's something defense is something you want to do. So
it's not easy to compete against Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler.
And also, it's not pretty. People, getting through screens. You have black and blues all over your body, and some guys, like after a couple of times and elbows and stuff like that, are like, "Nah, I'm gonna do a different thing." But others are like, "Nah, I'm gonna do that." So, hey, ladies and gentlemen, Rob the Nick is back. I think he went out. Hey, there he is. Hey, JD, man, really enjoying your takes. You got the hoops. You got that ball there, and. Freezy, you there, my friend?
Yep.
How's your evening?
Man, it's crazy. Technical difficulties, man. I think I may have broken my phone.
Oh, boo. Hey, Freeze, something to make you smile. Congrats. We hit the 1,190. We're a blink under 1,200 subscribers, man. Thank you, family, again. And, whether it's Knicks in the morning, a Knicks morning drive, or Knicks at night, your magic is really people are taking to it, Freeze.
Yeah, it's our magic. It's our
no
magic.
doubt, it's the family, but you're our guy, man. It starts at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I see you guys are having fun.
Yeah, It's been a great night. Like I said, we just hanging tonight. It's nice flow. Everyone comfortable, and I'm enjoying time with Ralph and Rob. And unfortunately, I didn't have JD because I dig him a whole lot too.
Yeah, man. Hey,
so you're gonna have that opportunity. Are you cool for me to go?
Yeah, man. Get out of here, man, so I can raise some hell.
All right.
Mhm.
I'm going to be walking
Went the link.
Champ in a second, but again, we have 109 likes. Just again, shout out to the chat. Thank you so much. As always, it's an honor. I'll talk to you tomorrow night. God willing, we'll have a great game against the Jazz. And please hit those likes, subscribe, remind the bells so you don't miss out on any of our Freezies, Knicks Morning Drive, and Knicks at Night broadcast. And please share the link on your favorite social media platforms with your friends so we can grow that Lawrence Tears family. We really appreciate everything. So, Freeze, I'm going to turn it over. Family, I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon. All of you have a good night. God bless.
All right, man. Yeah. Yo, what's good, everybody?
What's good, Freezy?
Hey, man, I'm chilling, boss. I'm excited about this 4-3 record. I'm excited.
Same here.
I'm excited, man. Listen, I'm excited. And hey, Rob the Nick, don't be trying to come at me because I'm excited because we 4-3. You know what I'm saying? Look, man. Hey, this time last year it took us till what? December to get 4 wins. Yeah,
Possibly.
yeah, man.
22 games.
Yo, hey, and I see everybody in the chat. What's good? Ghetto Intellect, go get some sleep. What you doing? Yo, so
I can't. Your mic is chopping up, Freezy.
oh man.
Bro,
Okay,
good, guys.
let me try something. Hey, God of Moses. Hey, hold it down for man, just real quick, man. I'm gonna go ahead and jump out and jump back in.
Okay, cool.
What's good, guys?
What's going on, Madden?
Not much, bro. Not much. Just chilling. Just looking forward to that game tomorrow. I was watching the Jazz game earlier. The Jazz didn't look too good.
Yeah, I'm hearing. You know who was? State. I think he made. What's going on, Goose? So State made a point 2 or 3 days ago, and he was talking about the Jazz aren't looking good. Maybe because it was Johnny O'Brien. Maybe I'm starting to get convinced with that take. That wasn't, State and I sometimes we have our disagreements, but I think that was a real good take from him.
Yeah, and the same thing with Kentucky. Kentucky ain't looking too good since they lost. And they have a stock roster. They have some guys that, they're gonna have three or four guys are gonna come out possibly first round, early second round in this draft. But for some reason they're not playing good together. I think what are they, like 2-6 or something?
Keep in mind, they beat us the last 6 times. Don't think that just because they beat Brooklyn, that it's going to be a cakewalk for us. They beat us the last 6 times.
Yeah.
We got to be on our cues with them. They something serious. We don't overlook them. I'm telling you.
I was just saying that they didn't look good tonight, but that I was thinking that earlier. I'm like, they might ball out against us.
Rudy didn't look good. Okay. That's more. I was wishing pretty much they won tonight.
Yeah, Rob, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on this one, man.
Hey.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something, and I'm gonna be controversial, right? I'm not even trying to be. But when I heard that DSJ is gonna play this game, I feel like that's gonna be a wild card move. I feel like he's gonna prove himself. Both Donovan Mitchell. I think you've said this before too. I'm sure a lot of people said it, but DSJ and Donovan Mitchell, they're both slam dunk contest winners. DSJ won the slam dunk contest, right?
He played in it. He didn't win it.
He didn't win it. Okay, he didn't win it. But they both the contestants.
No, he won it.
Right. Actually, good point. Good point, Rob. Good point. So Donovan Mitchell won it, and DSJ contested. But I think this game, right, with Utah struggling and Johnny Brown with the Knicks, I think I wouldn't be surprised, man, if DSJ has a good game. And I wouldn't be surprised if he has a good game, especially in front of Donovan Mitchell.
That's if he gets minutes, because you're looking now
Mhm.
quickly and Rivers are there and they're looking good and Peyton's probably going to start. But
I
what I
had
was going
this.
to say, but what I was
Mhm.
going to say about the Johnny Bryant connection is, if there's anyone that knows Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert better, it's probably him.
Mhm.
He is kind of like the inside on how to beat this team. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. Like, they've been a playoff team for a while for a reason, but I just think we do have a chance. The way we play in, I think in most games we could be in it.
Right,
So
but my thing is, I feel like Johnny Bryant. Right, I think he's. I think he's. I don't want to say he marked the calendar. Right, I don't want to say that he marked the calendar for Dennis Smith Jr. to face this match, but it's like a contest. It's like, listen, I want you to play. I want you to. I'm gonna look. I know he got hurt and everything, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like, sometimes I have these thoughts that something like it goes something along the lines of Dennis Smith Jr. We're gonna pull you out now, and we're gonna prepare you for this match against Donovan Mitchell, Game 5, and we want to
I don't
see.
think DSJ is that relevant.
I
People
dis- I
no,
disagree. I disagree. I feel like this.
I
people
don't
have that
really think
I
either.
conversation.
feel like this. I feel like when I heard that he's ready now, I felt like it made him relevant right now.
Well, do you know what? Hopefully, he has the motivation, because he has what
Yes, and that's what it's about.
three guys ahead of him. No, four guys
Mm-hmm.
ahead of him. Because we
Mm-hmm.
think Frank is probably a little bit ahead of him when he comes back, because of the
Mm-hmm.
defense and the 3-point shot. But hopefully, DSJ is motivated. But I just don't see him getting major minutes. It's going to be, I think, Rivers and Quickly will get minutes, and Peyton will get minutes. But
Well,
I don't
remember,
see.
and I'm not trying to make it bigger. I'm not trying to make things big because it was only preseason. His defense did create 5 steals, so
Yeah,
I'm not, I'm not gonna hold that. But I think uh, I'm expecting a lot of DSJ this particular game, and I wouldn't be surprised if Frank comes available. Not today, but I think it's gonna be. I think when his number gets called, it's gonna be on a particular game that people are gonna be like, okay, let's see Frank score against this team, man. I think
I
that's
was
how it is.
seeing people in the chat talking about the bag Rudy Gobert got laughed from, and then how he played yesterday. Everybody entitled to a good game, but I tell a bad game. But I tell you this here: for the last 3-4 years, they've been on us, and they play a different style of basketball. I'm
yeah.
just saying they're not the ones to sleep on. Atlanta,
No,
okay, they most definitely not the ones to sleep on.
no.
And I feel as though in the chat, looking through the chat, everybody's sleeping on them. I know
No,
I'm
no, I
not.
know. No, I'm not sleep. I think it's a winnable game, but I'm not sleeping on them either. We have to play at our
I
best.
think
We
that's the toughest game this week that we have.
Hmm.
I think Denver might be the top. We have
Denver, no,
Denver.
Denver is struggling without Grant. They
Hmm.
defensively they're struggling
Are they?
without Grant.
I haven't seen
They
much of
missing
their
the part.
games. What are Denver 2-4?
Hold up. I want to give everybody a chance. I want to hear from JD also and from Goose. I mean, I want to let you guys finish, but as soon as you guys finish, let's give JD a chance and let's
Oh yeah,
give
he
Goose
can
a
go
chance.
because
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
I'm
go
pretty
Okay.
ahead.
much comfortable with what I said. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, JD.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's a little low.
A little low? You guys hear me good?
More. Get closer to the mic, maybe. I don't know what it is. It's like your volume is low.
You guys hear me good now?
Now,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, it's this mic. Let me just disconnect this. Anyways, let me know if you guys don't hear me at any point.
Yeah.
I think what happened to the Jazz today is the human element of first of all, shout out to you guys, Rob, Goose, my man Joe Madden, Moses. Shout out to everyone in the chat. I think what happened today with the Jazz is usually it's the human element of the sport where you go into the game and they probably before were mentally prepared to play, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving led team. He's out. You see that starting lineup, the Brooklyn Nets throughout today, which was a shakeup when they started Bruce Brown, Jeff Green. They made a shakeup, and what happens is you go into the game and you pretty much are confident that we got this game. And the Nets rolled on them from the beginning. They were up like 20 with halfway through the first quarter. And when you get that first punch, sometimes it's hard to turn the switch. And next thing you know, you miss a couple of more shots. The lead gets bigger. And next thing you know, you're in for a long night. You lose the game, throw it out the bag, and you get back the next game. With that, what I'm saying is I think tomorrow it's going to be a very dangerous game, being that, they play Milwaukee after us with the day's rest. And I'm sure they're going to want to go into that game with a win. It's a back-to-back. They're in New York. There's no travel. I'm not buying too much the narrative of the back-to-back for the simple fact that the guys didn't play more than 20-something minutes tonight. They don't have to travel. They're in New York. And I'm pretty sure they'll be up for us. Not only because of those facts, but it's just the nature of the sport. In the NBA, you know how you guys know how this works. Sometimes a good team loses a disappointing game. They come back the next day and they win. It sometimes doesn't even matter who the opponent is. That's how I felt about the Hawks game. That's why I thought the Hawks win was actually a very good win, no matter how early in the season was, because the game before, the Hawks lost to the Cleveland Cavaliers, and they only scored 91 points in that game. And then when I was watching the Hawks game, and the Hawks, I think their largest lead was 13 points. At that point, I said to myself, this is what I was kind of afraid of happening, where a good team loses a game that they were supposed to win. They go the next game and they're off to the races. So with that said, if we also win tomorrow, in addition to the Hawks game, that will be another quality win for us. And I mean, I'm one of those fans. I don't know how you guys are. I'm one of those fans that when we start winning a few games, I start looking at the schedule and I start thinking, okay, so we're 4-3. If we win tomorrow, that's 5-3. And then we play OKC on Friday. We should win that game. So we're going to be 6-3. Then we play Denver. I start doing that for about a 5-game radius. And then I start thinking, I wonder what ESPN is going to say. I wonder what this show is going to say. You get that excitement. So I hope we're ready. I think we will be. The vibes I'm getting from Tom Thibodeau is kind of similar to Joe Judge. Obviously, two different sports, two different types of experience. But in terms of how fundamentally sound the Knicks look for having a lot of the same players as last year, how prepared they look, how hard they're working. And you see these players, even Kevin Knox, with as much as he's struggling, you even see in their facial expressions on TV, these players, they want to make the right play for Tibbs because they know he's watching. I also think this is one of the most potent coaching staffs we have, because on one end, you got a player development coach in Kenny Payne. On the other end, you have Mike Woodson, who will hold you accountable. On the other end, you have Johnny Bryan, who's a young coach. And I think there was a reason why they gave him the assistant head coach title, because he can relate to these players. So I think the coaching staff, I know Tibbs is going to get a lot of the credit, but this coaching staff, man, I mean, you got everyone playing well. And the players that are not playing well, Kevin Knox, Frank, Dennis Smith, what do they have in common? Right here. The mental toughness is missing. The concentration is missing. And I think some film work and repetition is missing, and confidence. So I think those guys, a guy like Kevin Knox, is a situation where you just need more time. He's playing better defense. And sometimes you just need a little bit more time for him to catch up to the rest of the team. I'm not saying that he will. I'm just saying that when you see signs, I think the next step is just to get them coordinated with the system and have them flowing. And that's why I can't wait to see Quickly play with everyone else fully, including Obi Toppin, because I think the system will develop with Burks and everyone. Everything else will develop. I think we'll see a different basketball team, whether it's for better or worse, will have more answers in about 10 or 15 games. So I'm sorry to take a little bit long. I haven't
That's
been
a
here
good
for
take.
long,
That's a good take.
but
Good points,
you
man.
know,
Great points.
Yo,
thank you.
JD, did you see the Twitter thing that Bullock put out? He more or less was saying, he goes, this team ain't blank yet. So that team, they seen all the critics and all during the off season that when the Knicks team was put together, that they're going to be the worst team in the league. They're going to be 14th, 15th in the conference. And then you see now, I think it's just an extra chip on their shoulder to prove something, and to do it in New York is
Great,
where it's even bigger.
great point,
Yeah.
Joe.
If they can get
Great.
us to the playoffs now in New
Oh,
York, but everyone was doubting us, then the Knicks are on
oh,
notice, and that's a
okay.
legacy thing for them guys.
All right. Let's give Goose a chance. As soon as
Yeah.
Goose finishes, Joe, it's gonna be back to you, and you can bring it back to JD.
All right.
All right, cool.
Let's go,
I'm
Goose.
I'm not too familiar with the Jazz, but I think the Knicks defense holding them. I think at this point, the Jazz on average score about 109 points per game, thereabouts. The same way the Knicks held Atlanta below their scoring average. If the Knicks defense, a strong defense, I mean, if you play strong enough defense, you could pull out a win against anybody. So their defensive game is going to have a lot to do with whether they walk away with a win tonight. Um, and also another aspect is going to be the players that the Knicks get back. If the Knicks can get back to Burks' day to day, if they can get him back um, on the court, that'll only help them. Um, so, but a lot's going to have to do with them defensively and also the defensive boards. One thing that helped the Knicks beat Atlanta the last game is that they dominated the defensive boards. If I'm not correct, if I'm correct, so defense, player availability, and dominating the glass. I think are going to be. I don't have a prediction on who's going to win and who's going to lose. I'll be happy if they pull this out. But those are the parts of that I'm going to be looking for. Will
You
be
think?
defense, the availability of more help for off the bench, and the domination on the boards. You know,
Goose, you think it's gonna be a high scoring game or low scoring game?
if the Knicks can defensively put it on them, I think they can hold them. I mean, their scoring average, from what I saw, was about 109. So I hope the Knicks can hold them to about that average.
Okay. Okay.
I think the next step for the team too, and the confidence is when the crowds can get back, and some of these players can play that way, and we can align the Knicks crowd and that atmosphere with their performance. I think it's going to be epic, because that's one of the questions I think we all have is, how will Randall play when he has a few turnovers in Madison Square Garden? Will he think about the crowd, the groans, and all these things? They're playing great now. I think we're all anxious to see how that will translate with some of the energy from the crowds, the Knicks crowds at the game. I think we can't wait. I mean, imagine tomorrow at the Garden with the way they've started, how that would have been after this road trip. The Garden would be going crazy. The buzz, the pregame show, it would be nuts tomorrow at the Garden. So I can't wait to see that element, because I think they need that. Because one of the things that we all say is, maybe this player can't play here because of the toxic atmosphere that has been here at that arena, and it's been kind of a home game for opponents rather than, should be a confidence booster for us.
Good point, JD. Hey, Joe, you want to say something? I don't want to. I want to make sure you get all your time, Joe.
Yeah, I agree with JD. It'd be interesting. The only thing I'd be worrying about the crowd is the young players. But when it comes to Randall and that, I think with the turnovers, it wouldn't matter if he's dropping 25 and 11 and 7 or 8 dimes. I think they'd be fine, especially if he's going for like the way we're winning. I think it'd be electric in the Garden right now, and that's winning with a team that people said aren't going to win too many games. And we've even as Knicks fans have said it when you kind of look at the roster. But with Tibbs coaching, and I think the chip a lot of these guys have on their under the shoulder is showing in that. And when Reggie Bullock was putting out that tweet, was like more or less telling us we haven't seen nothing yet, which to me makes sense because you think these guys are still only getting used to playing with each other because they only had like a week of training camp and then a couple of weeks of games. And Tibbs said that Quickly's only starting. Quickly's his timing is off. So if Quickly's timing is off, that's scary to see what he's going to be like when his timing is on. So I think this team will improve throughout the season with chemistry and getting used to a new system. And I think Randall's turnovers will come down. I think the 3-point shooting will pick up and the defense will only get better. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what's happening, and it's enjoying watching Knick games because every night there's a chance to win because you have a team that is fighting. Like the last 2 years, I know like under Fizz, they weren't fighting. A lot of them were there for the money, and they just weren't there. But this time it's like they have a coach that's bought in, that's not going to take any crap, and he's like, look, this is how it's going to be, and the whole team is bought in. Everybody from the first man to the 15th man, and they all kind of have a role set, and we're still kind of probably going to adjust around with the rotation, but just the team knows. They know what to do, and I think they could. Like you can hear with Dwayne Quickly when he had his pre-game or his post-game interview, he more or less was saying the same thing, that you have to watch out for the Knicks because they're only going to get better. And Austin Rivers said the same thing. So I'm not expecting a playoff. Look, if we don't make the playoffs, we don't make the playoffs. But I think this team can, and it's enjoying to watch this team play basketball because I haven't had that for a while.
Well said, Joe. A lot of us could agree with you. JD, you want to add?
Can I just add one thing? I've got a question for you guys.
Go ahead.
Have you guys noticed the crowd noise that's been piped onto the courts versus home and away?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of strange, but let's say when Knicks are playing at home, if I had the ability to do it, for instance, when the Jazz basically have the ball, to pipe in the same type of crowd noise. Is it pretty generic? Have you noticed it to be generic? Or let's say, for instance, if there was an actual crowd there, they'd be booing the Jazz. You know what I mean? They'd be getting on them. And I'm not sure if I'm noticing that same type of simulation in the crowd noise versus when the Knicks have the ball, when they used to, let's say, for instance, I guarantee you at some point in the first 20 or 25 games, the way Julius Randle is playing right now, if there was an actual crowd, they'd be yelling MVP, MVP. You know what I mean? Like they've done in the past for other players. You know what I mean? So like I would to kind of give them that 6-man type of where the crowd is like that 6-man in the court. I'd pipe in some really good past authentic crowd noise if they could. If it's available versus generic just cheering and stuff.
Some teams even like Atlanta yesterday, they had the digital screen with the fans on it. It depends on which arena, how you're gonna do it and how they got it set up. But they do it like on foul shots, good plays. You're gonna hear it like that. They don't really have it fine-tuned yet. But I assume they're gonna get that way.
I also think it depends on the staff and the team because I even seen it in football where there are some games where after a bad call from the ref, you immediately hear the boos from the crowd, and then you have some games where you don't hear it. So I think it depends on just the setup of you're playing this team in this arena. And I mean, I don't know how they do it. If somebody's in the background with a button and as soon as something pops, they hit that button and it creates the sound. I don't know what the setup is, but it seems like every team has their freedom on how they want to manage the crowd noise. So I think it's available. I just think it depends on, which arena, the way they have it set up. They have it set up for their teams.
Yeah. I think
because I haven't seen it with the Knicks. I haven't seen like that.
Look, I didn't even get my take on the game, man.
I gave you a chance, Rob.
No, you didn't. You switched back to him and then back to him.
But I didn't give you a chance. You said I thought you said you were done already.
Yeah, I went one, but then it went around again, and then you just reversed it and then went back up.
That's my bad. I think I just jumped in. I apologize. I think I just jumped in.
Who's threw
You
me off,
shot
right?
it down. This is what happened. You
That's
shot
my
it
bad.
down. I went. JD went. He went. Then you shot it back up, and then Joe went, and then it was you never got to me again.
We're talking about what was the conversation about the Utah Jazz game?
Yes.
No, look, listen to what I just said.
Mm.
It went from me
Uh-huh.
to JD
Uh-huh.
to Goose,
Uh-huh.
back to JD to Joe, and then it went back to Goose again about this crowd noise. He never
Oh, the
said,
Cardinals. Yeah, yeah, so, yeah, it's your turn.
I know. Okay, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, yeah, we
But-
just started.
but-
He started the conversation, though.
I know,
Yeah.
but Joe was getting ready to come back in.
Well, you
that's
got
my bad.
either
That's
you
my
or Joe is fine. Either you or Joe is fine. Yeah, yeah, you got a point. You got it's fine. Go ahead, go ahead.
All right, but look, yeah, this is what I'm going to say. I wanted to say something about the Jazz before that crowd noise stuff. It's this here. Jazz, you got to also look at it like this here. They mirror us a little bit. They tough on defense,
Mhm.
and you know they Snyder runs a East Coast type offense in the West Coast. So you know we play that same type of ball right now. So that's what I'm looking for that score maybe to be. If they get up to 100, that means the game got away. I'm looking at that game as like 95, probably 1-on-1.
I agree with you.
I don't think it's going to go either further. I don't think it's going to go further than that, even though they 1-on-9, because we're not going to allow that, and they don't really shoot like that. But they try to be consistent. Ingles was off today. Donovan was the only one was really hitting to try to get the team going, but they just wouldn't get going. So with that being said, I think that's what we need to look at when that game gets started. I think that between the matchup that we have is definitely the Randall. I think quickly is going to be a point because they never seen him before. They don't. A scouting report and true talent on the floor is two different things. They're gonna have their eyes on him for the first time. So I think we can exploit that matchup. And we're gonna be able to do a couple of other things with RJ and with RJ and Mitch. Mitch is not a real good defender. He's an all right defender, but I think that in key points we got matchups. I think in our bench we really have to be on that because we don't have one right now because of injury. So that's another thing that we're going to have to look into as we play in this game. So if you see somebody logging some minutes, that's going to be the reason why.
Yeah.
People are back from injury. If DSJ comes back, in what capacity, we're going to see. I don't think they're going to bring him because he's haven't shown himself to be really, conditioned enough. I don't expect him to do what Rivers did, be off and then come back in and step right back into where you were at. His shooting wasn't there before he left. So on the defensive side of the ball, him against Spider, that's going to be some problems. So we need to look at the total picture on that. If we get that win, like I said, that would probably be the best win. I didn't really feel as though that Atlanta was a problem because they didn't play defense. This is the first defensive game that we're going to play that mirrors us. So it will be a big win if we win. And I think we can win. I won't say that we won't, but that's the way I think that we need to go into the game thinking that that's our mindset and what we need to have. All right.
Joe, did I give you a chance, Joe? I want to make sure I give you a chance.
I'm good. I'm good. Go around.
Good. Okay, cool. Rob, great points, Rob. I agree with you about the scoring. Again, my dark horse into this game is DSJ. I feel like if he gets minutes. I'm looking at 15 and 5 and maybe like 2 or 3 steals if he gets the minutes. But I could be wrong. Now talking about the croc. Go ahead, JD.
No, I was gonna say, what's your thinking with him getting the minutes? What's your narrative with the game?
I feel like Johnny O'Brien is geared him up, prepared for this game. I just have that thing behind, competition. You need to get DSJ motivated. You need him to prove himself, and I think this is the game that they want him to prove himself against. Like, listen, man, this is a must-win for the Knicks. You have a tough player like Donovan Mitchell. I mean, then again, R.J. Barrett can go against Donovan Mitchell, but I mean, you have Royce O'Neal, Rudy Gobert, Donovan Mitchell, Jordan Clarkson, Bojan Bogdanovic, Joe Ingles. Like we're talking about five. They're 5 or 6 deep. You know, they got a good, relatively good squad. So I think everybody's gonna have their hands full. And I love Austin Rivers. He's playing great. He had a good game yesterday. But again, I have a feeling that the reason they called DSJ is to prepare him. Like, listen, man, uh, we're short on people. We need depth in the roster, anyways. It's just one of those things. Sometimes I don't really have a full answer because with a player like DSJ who hasn't proven much, I can't really go. You know what I mean. It's a risk, but sometimes I go off of that. Like sometimes I'm like, that's a rare situation that all of a sudden he's ready, and we're short on. We have 8 people, and they're calling him, and let's just see. Let's
So
just see. It's a
if
must win for him. I feel like if he's on the floor, I'm like, listen, everybody's already proving on the floor that they're looking to win games. RJ, so does Julius, Austin Rivers, Manuel quickly. Kevin Knox a little bit with that 3-pointer at halftime, even though still has a huge uphill battle. But again, if DSJ wants to join the club, he's gonna have to show it tomorrow. In my eyes, if they give him the minutes, he's gonna have to show something. He has something he has to show something tomorrow. And I could be wrong, but that's just my that's what I'm looking at. Everybody is listen, show us that you can help us win games. And remember, Tip said that early in the season. We're only gonna put players who can help us win games. And he's gonna have to show us that, either you're gonna help us win games, or maybe you should be one of those players we should ship out in the trade deadline. It's just plain and simple. No. It's not personal, but it's either you can help us win games, or we're gonna have to move on from you. And that's just my small assumption, observation. Or else, what is he doing here, right? What is he doing here in the first place? What is he doing here? So that's just that. They have weapons, and let's just see. Let's just see how that goes. Yes, and anybody has questions in the
Yeah,
panel?
my take on it is if DSJ can be that player that he showed himself to be when he got here from Dallas, where he was shooting the gaps and getting to the hoop, and explosive game that he displayed, that would be a nice change of pace. If he was that, I don't know if he hasn't shown, he hasn't shown that to be part of his game lately. Um, as far as defensively, I'm not sure if he's gonna bring something to the table that Rivers or any of the other players can that are already bringing. So what aspect do you see him bringing to the court tonight that would pull out a win, that would help pull out a win? I know defensively he's been better. Offensively though, he hasn't really shown me much in the few games that he has played. I know he hasn't logged that many minutes. But I wouldn't want him to be taking away any minutes from Quickly or Rivers. At this point, I think they can contribute more um, than he can at this point, especially since he's been out for a few weeks.
But I would say before his injury, I can't remember what team he was playing against. Where he got the 5 steals, he also knocked down the 3-point shot, and I'm like, man, this his shot actually started to look good. And if I'm assuming right, I would be, if I was him, I would be hungry right now. I would be hungry right now. Right now we're up to 5 games into the season. I'm seeing my teammates winning games. No, sorry, we're up to 7 games, right? So the Knicks are 4-3. I mean, 7 games into the season, only 72 games. I would be hungry to get on the
Oh
floor right
yeah,
now.
and he
You
probably
know,
sees himself sinking deeper and deeper on the depth chart too.
so that's the purpose.
Yeah.
All right, Freezy, what do you think?
Can y'all hear me? I can't hear y'all on YouTube.
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear
We
you.
can hear you.
Rob, who you think who you giving the game ball tomorrow? I think you gave some good analysis of the game. Who would you say?
Hold on.
Unless Freezy jumps in. Oh, okay. Who are you giving the game ball tomorrow? And it doesn't even have to be like statistically. It's just somebody that you think is going to be a big part of the win.
I think that it's going to be surprising, but I'm going to have to go with it's not going to be on the rate of scoring, but he's going to do something to put us in a position to win. And I'm not going to go with the norm.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's going to come down to Peyton or Knox. I'm going wild card.
Well, I don't think you could be more wild card than me. I picked DSJ.
Hey, I mean, he said wild card. Like Knox was made some big shots to stop the bleeding and was a part of the turnaround.
That's true, and he's hot. He's heating up right now.
You know, everybody has takes. A lot of people point to that.
I think a big part of it, if the Knicks are going to pull this out, a big part of it is Mitch is going to have to stay out of foul trouble early. He can't, he can't get intimidated by Gobert and pick up 2 fouls in the first quarter. You know what I mean?
I'm probably gonna surprise Chuck. I think Peyton's gonna be important tomorrow, only because of a matchup standpoint. He has a lot of size over Mike Conley.
I forgot about Mike Conley.
One thing that Peyton does very well is when he sets the pick, especially when he does it at the angles towards the basket. He always has clear lanes for a little teardrop off the backboard or the alley-oop to Mitch. I think that's one of the ways that he always tries to get to the basket and create plays. I think that will be available for him to either him get aggressive and score like he did in Indiana. That was one of the ways that he was able to get to the basket. He can play well off the pick and roll as long as he just doesn't try to do too much and sometimes just force it. So I think that little detail can be important in just keeping the position stabilized tomorrow. I mean, we all obviously love Quickly and we think he's going to play well. We think Rivers is going to play well, but because Peyton is the starter right now and starters play before the bench players, he'll have the opportunity to get us going to a quick start. So I think that'll be important because I do think he has Mike Conley's the better player, but because of his size, if he does get aggressive tomorrow, I think that can be an important play to get our offense going tomorrow. And I think Mitch could play well just because it's not a center, although Rudy Gobert is a shot blocker. He's not like a John Collins or he's not a Sabonis, a guy that's strong, that can get him in potential foul trouble. Tomorrow will be a game where, Mitch will have the opportunity, I think, to stay in the game and impact the game.
He has his hands full, man. Mitch is gonna have his hands full. I mean, again, Julius Randle. I think he can go big night for Julius Randle. I think Julius Randle can always have a big night. They have Bojan, but that's about it. At power forward. Who's playing power forward for Utah? Hold on. That's a good question. But
Derek Favors.
Oh, they got Derek Favors. Yikes.
Does anyone know what Noel's status is for tonight? Is his ankle keeping him out?
He was day to day.
Guys, I'm gonna have to head out, guys. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
man.
good talking with you guys. Thank you, Freezy, Rob, Goose, JD. Good talking with you guys. I'll keep listening, okay?
Yeah, man.
All right,
All right.
peace out. Peace.
All right. Sweet. Man, y'all were really going in, man. I hated to jump in and disturb. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Well, if y'all want to go ahead and eat, man, I'm gonna just rock right here and listen. If not, I mean, I can jump in. It's either way, it'll be fine.
Yeah, what
Anybody?
you got to say? You ain't been on?
Yeah, I've been here the whole time.
Oh no, I'm just saying we ain't heard you. What you got?
Hey, man,
Yeah, Reezy, what's your take? What's your take on it for
uh,
tonight?
I'm thinking we're gonna blow out the Utah Jazz.
Ooh, Freezy's going
Blow him
bold
out?
these days.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think we're gonna blow them out. I'm thinking. I don't think Thibodeau is the type of coach to take teams lightly. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Thibodeau is that type of coach. I don't think he's gonna let us come in there and I don't think it's one of those games where um let me say this. I don't think Utah is the type of team that's gonna threaten us defensively on the perimeter. Like I don't think they have the type guys that can say shut down the RJ. I think they'll of course they'll bring their good team defense, right? But I don't see Utah as playing right now as a team that's going to be able to put together those 2 or 3 runs that'll keep us out of a ball game. Donovan Mitchell has been struggling. Rudy Gobert is not an offensive center. Um, I don't know where they'll be able to generate offense from. I know they're a good team, but I just don't feel like I just don't feel threatened by them offensively. And in a defensive game, ironically, I feel like I trust our defense more so than theirs.
Yeah, I think the players have really bought into Thibs' defense defensive philosophy, and I'm a firm believer that if you play defense from the beginning to end, you can pretty much hold your own against anybody.
Right, right, right. So
And I
so
think they'll show that tomorrow tonight. I don't know if they'll win or lose, but you know what? This is they're playing so well that, man, if they're competitive to the from the opening from opening to closing of the game, I'll be happy with that.
right.
I'll be happier with a win, but man, if they're able to hold their own against a team from out west, I'll be happy with that too.
Um, I, I so who are they gonna have to defend Julius Randle?
Um, the player you just named,
It's gonna be Royce.
Favors.
It's
We
gonna
was has how about maybe Favors? I guess.
it's
I,
gonna it's gonna
yeah,
have to be Royce O'Neal if they're gonna start the same starter lineup they had tonight. It's probably gonna have to be Royce O'Neal
right. That's what I'm thinking. I
because I don't know that Bogdanovich won't. They won't have him take that beating.
yeah.
And Royce O'Neal is there for defense. I mean, he doesn't have nowhere near the size to contain them on the post. But Randall doesn't always play in the post now. He mixes it up possession by possession. So
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. I'm thinking, and you know, I just can't. I don't feel threatened by the Utah Jazz, man. I think if we, um, I think if they get down with Spider struggling, or do y'all feel like Mike Conley can get them back in the ball game offensively?
Mike Connolly. Today's Mike Connolly. No. What's he averaging
but the
per
Mike
game?
the Mike Conley that's playing so far, yeah, but not the one tonight. He's actually been rejuvenated this year.
Yeah,
I think he's averaging like 20, almost 21.
right.
And he's been having a very good early season.
Of course, because he's in a free agent. Yeah, his contract's up, so he's trying to play for that bag.
Yep, and he's he's supposedly healthy. So um his average went down. He was averaging 20 before this game, but now he's at 18.6.
Yeah, hey, Kaiser Sauce, good point. I forgot they had Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jordan Clarkson might. Hey, Jordan Clarkson is basically their Alec Burks. You know,
they'll probably put Rivers on him. I'm taking it from what they have from their bench. Seems like when Rivers is coming off the bench, they're gonna put him on the top guard from whatever best offensive guard is on the other team. It looks like that's going to be Rivers' assignment. I think they're going to put Reggie Bullock to start the game on Mitchell and RJ on Bogdanovich. RJ's playing a lot of minutes, so I would probably start that way just to have RJ, have to play Bogdanovich in terms of closing out on threes and jump shots.
right?
Because I don't know that I would want him running around with Donovan Mitchell from the beginning of the game, being that I think we all expect RJ to play 40 minutes tomorrow the way it's going so far.
Yeah, I definitely love that matchup offensively. If we get Spider Mitchell on RJ, I'd love to see some Donovan Mitchell trying to guard RJ Barrett. But we'll see how things go. I'm not saying this from just an internal optimist perspective. I'm saying it from a perspective of I just like our matchups. If we come out and play hard, now I'm talking about like we need to, we can't just come out there and throw out a clunker. I'm talking about if we play like we played against Atlanta, then I feel like I like our chances against Utah.
I just want to see what the narrative will be tomorrow night if we do win this game. And now you're talking, 5-3 and OKC next game, and I'm sure off a potential win if we do win, everyone's already going to be coming in here talking about, we're going to be 6-3. If we continue to play well, at some point, the narrative cannot be, this team, it's early. I'm not putting stock into it because Utah is a veteran team. I'm not putting stock in Dallas. I'm not putting stock in all these teams. At some point, it's like it's not about how early it is. It's not about all these other narratives. About the Knicks are actually playing well. Time to get credit.
I tell you what the narrative is going to be on the Knicks morning drive. Hey, some fat dude named Uncle Freezy gonna be screaming into a microphone about how we 5-3. Hey, that's for sure. That's for sure. So but Quinn Snyder's a great coach. The Utah Jazz historically is a great organization. They have a great culture there. But at the same time, I think the ex-Utah Jazz employees are gonna have a point to prove tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I think they want to prove like what they're building in New York is better than what they previously built in Utah. So I think they're probably want is good money. They want to prove that this kid RJ Barrett is good money. They want to prove that they just improved Julius Randle. This Randle that's almost averaging a triple double is good money. So
I think we'll see early too how I know there's no crowd, but they are coming from a road trip. A lot of teams when they get on a little winning streak, when they're playing well and they play that first home game after a road trip, there's a lot of excitement in the locker room. Sometimes it works for you and sometimes it doesn't, because shots start going short and next thing you know, you just have a clunker. So I'm interested in seeing how we start. I'm also interested to see how Donovan Mitchell plays against us. He had 31 tonight. Right. And with the relationship that he had with Johnny Bryant, I'm sure they have each other's phone numbers. I'm sure they're probably texting tomorrow. And just as much as we can say, well, maybe we'll shut him down because Johnny Bryant knows how to play him. He will develop a scheme with Tibbs on how to contain him. Right. Don't think that on the other end, Donovan Mitchell doesn't want to just for friendly fire want to have great game against us just because he knows Johnny Bryan, a good friend, is on the other side.
Wow.
So I'm interested to see that.
So Spider had 31 last night. I didn't see that. I came into work a little, you know what I'm saying? But yeah. So he might be on track. Did Utah win tonight?
No, they lost. They lost against the Nets.
They got smoked
Against the depleted Brooklyn Nets team?
Yep.
Wow.
130 to 96.
Yeah, no KD.
Game was over. Game was over in the first quarter. It was 35 to 14 after one. And Brooklyn couldn't get back in the game. I'm sorry, Utah couldn't get back in the game after that one.
Wow. Okay. Well,
I mean, Donovan Mitchell played 30 minutes tonight and scored 31 points. So
okay.
I'm interested to see how many minutes he plays tomorrow.
I would have rather have the Jazz beat the Nets and then they maybe look past us for the next game.
Yeah.
Because now they got something to, I mean, they don't want to leave New York with 2 losses.
And definitely not 2 blowouts.
Definitely. Yeah, I felt Rob made a good point earlier. I think Rob said that he would have loved for today's game to have been like a close game throughout. And I mean, I would have loved to see that too, because then I would have bought into the back-to-back narrative where tomorrow Utah went 5-5 last year on the second game of a back-to-back. That was their record last year, 500. And a lot of times, especially this early, we could have potentially benefited from it. And I don't care what the narrative would be at this point. I just want wins. I don't care how we get it.
Yeah. I
don't got time to debate with someone about, well, it was the second of a back-to-back and they went to overtime against Brooklyn. So I don't care.
Right.
Because, it's not like we have the most talented roster. So everyone on our team has to play well in order for us to win these games. Like, notice when we beat Indiana and even some of the games we lost, like, notice how much we have to do to win because we don't have a star-studded roster. So every win that we get, not worried about how we did it.
Right. We have what I would call developing talent. Star-studded comes with like years and ages for like playing and experience. We're inexperienced and we have undeveloped. We have developing and undeveloped talent that we're putting together, and we're putting it together this year at an amazing pace.
Yeah.
So and that equals wins.
Yep.
So with that being said, I'm not gonna never sell the talent that we have because it's so young. Nobody is everybody that's a cornerstone on this team or talked about being a cornerstone is under 25 years old.
Right.
Less than 3 years in the league. So we should need to get away from what we're calling our talent. Because like 7 years, like just say for instance, Jeremy Grant, I brought him up yesterday. It really took him like 7 years to really get his NBA game together. It was 6 points, 3 points, 9 points, 10 points, 12 points, 22 points. Right. And now he got the bag for 60 million. So, and then you find your niche in the NBA of what your game is. So we have to let that all develop and judge our team according to wins. And right. always remember that we're a team. We're not doing it without one another, especially at this early stage. Everybody is relying on everybody to do their part. And when your part can't be done, is somebody stepping up, helping you with that part to get it done. And with that being said, that's why we look good now. We're not looking good as an individual. We have a leader in Randall, but we're looking good as a team. And that's more important. And that's New York basketball. Team ball is New York basketball. Not no one guy with one guy, Gladys Knight and everybody the Pips. We always been associated with team basketball. And we're getting back to that. And that's our identity. And defense is what we feed off. And
doesn't that remind you of the 90s Knicks defense and team basketball?
And the 70 Knicks. And the 70 Knicks, they all did it that way. You had the Busher, Frazier, Monroe, they had Reed, they had players that they came together and they formed a unit. And that's the heart of the city. That's how we do in New York, and it shows on the court. That's why everybody loved the Knicks. That's one of the reasons why. The Knicks always represented unity when they're winning. You'll have that player like back when they had Bernard King. You had things to go on, but then you also had other players that was also part of that team that you liked. And we didn't always have to win a championship to to praise our team, long as they played hard. And right now, any Knicks fan, any Brooklyn fan have to say one thing: the Knicks are playing damn hard, and it's equal in victories.
Yeah, you can watch the game and you can see how hard those young guys are playing for the Knicks right now. It's evident.
Well, fellas, it's 3:05. I'm gonna have to get up out of here. So
Yeah, man, me too.
yeah, we're gonna have to catch up tomorrow after the game and chop it up.
Yeah, man, it's been fun chopping it up with you guys, man.
Yeah. Hope we made your day go quick at work.
Yeah. I got a few more hours to go.
All right, y'all.
They're
Take
gonna
it
leave me
easy.
Dola here. I guess I'm gonna wait for Freeze.
Okay, y'all. Y'all take it easy.
All right, man.
All right then.
Peace.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna hold off for a few minutes until Freezy
Yeah.
comes back.
Well, I see the matchup predictor from ESPN has Utah at 84% chance to win tomorrow. I never believe in those things, but I think it's just
Mhm.
think it's a little interesting thing in case we do win. It's like,
I think at this point we are exceeding a lot of people's expectations on what we were going to be putting out at this point, and um, I'm never happy with losing. I don't like blowouts. I like competitive basketball. Win, lose, or draw. If they can show themselves to be competitive, keep it close. You know what I mean? And correct the mistakes that they're making in the court. You know what I mean? And I'd be happy with that. I'm not saying I'd be happy with a loss, but I'd be happy with some competitive basketball by this young team because you know part of the culture building is to learn how to play through your mistakes, learn how to make runs, come back. I don't. I'd rather see a young team fall behind and fight their way back than lead from beginning to end. You know. So I would love to just let them be competitive. Wow, 16%. Hmm. I think that's a
bulletin
little bit. That's a little bit overstated. I think.
bulletin board material. Hopefully somebody's watching right now.
Yeah, man, I think that's a little overstated. But you know what? It's gonna take a lot for in the eyes of the media and the national media for the Knicks to get respect put back on their name, you know?
Yeah, I honestly don't even know how they compile this. I don't know if that's Vegas or whatever the case may be, but it's irrelevant. I just look at it sometimes just to see what these indicators are saying. I think for the Hawks game, they had the Hawks at I think it was 90%, and I'm sure that was because of the Cleveland loss, and they felt they would get back into it. But it's
Man, I
gonna
think a lot
be
of it has to do with past results also, you know? Um, the past showing that the Knicks have. But this is a brand new team. This is a brand new coaching staff, a coaching staff with Johnny Bryant, who was part of the Utah Jazz staff last year. I think that's also going to be a wild card. I think he knows the intricacies of how they formulate game plans and how they go about scouting opponents, and we'll see if it pays off dividends tonight.
it's gonna be interesting because as I look at the Knicks schedule, they play Utah, Oklahoma City at home, Denver at home, at Charlotte, and then Brooklyn on ESPN. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Utah, OKC, Denver, Charlotte. If they can win tomorrow, you can see a lot of people saying they can go 3-1 in that stretch before they have their national TV game against Brooklyn. It's going to be interesting because Brooklyn has a back-to-back game. We're going to be the second of back-to-back. They're going to play Denver on Tuesday, January 12th, and they play us on the 13th. I'm interested to see how Steve Nash plays that. I think that's, Kevin Durant will be coming back. I don't know if he'll sit them out on the 13th. I kind of think it's difficult just because it's an ESPN game. And it's, it's that New York thing. It's an ESPN game.
Right.
So I know that, early on, a lot of players are sitting out in the second of back-to-back. But if we can win tomorrow, beat Utah, let's say you're due, you lose against Denver.
Right.
Go at Charlotte.
I think they can beat Charlotte.
If they play
that game, they can beat Charlotte.
You go 3-1. We're 4-3 right now. That's 7-4 going into a national TV game. I can only imagine, the boost, everyone, the trash talk. What does it mean? Big picture, obviously Brooklyn has higher expectations, but I think for the short term, that will be interesting. On Twitter, everybody's going to be trolling Kevin Durant for fun.
Right.
Hey, depending on what Brooklyn's record is at that time. And I think that'll be interesting. So you think we can go 3-1?
I think Charlotte is a winnable game. Like I had said before, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but a well-coached, defensive-minded team on any given night can beat any team. If things fall in that direction. So Charlotte, I think, is a winnable game. Between Utah and what was it, Denver?
Yeah, you have.
Yeah, I think if I had to choose between Utah and Denver, I'd say if they were gonna pull one out, I'd say that Utah. Well, again, Denver, from what I'm hearing, Denver is missing Grant, and but man,
if they win tomorrow, I can see. If they win tomorrow, what I'm going to say is that Charlotte game is actually probably going to be the trickiest game of this stretch that we're discussing, because you're going to play Denver at home before you go to Charlotte, and that Charlotte game is going to be the second of a back-to-back. And then at that point, if we beat Utah in OKC and we lose against Denver, at that point we would be a couple games over 500. Everyone's going to be overlooking Charlotte on a second of back-to-back and already talking about Brooklyn. Everyone's, just the hype. And I could see that being a potential letdown game. You're on the road and you're playing another young team, so let's see what happens. Who's your favorite Knick?
Actually, you know what? I'm a Knicks fan. Players come and go. I really don't have a favorite Knick. There's no one player that holds my loyalty more than being a Knick fan overall. I'm a fan of defense and I'm a fan of the Knicks. Any pieces of the puzzle they can put together to give me wins and defense, I'm for that. At this point, the funny thing is this: when you've been a Knicks fan and the Knicks are the only team I've ever rooted for, there isn't any one player. Can you think of any one player that has been with the Knicks long enough for you to really latch on to? You know what I mean?
Like, you mean like recently?
I'm talking about in the last 10 to 15 years. We're not talking about the Starks and the Ewings and the Oakleys. We're talking about most recently. There's not many Knicks that have. I mean, right now, who's the longest tenured Knick right now? Is Ntilikina, I think, right? And he's not even playing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He
yeah,
might be the longest tenured Nick right now, and he's only been with them. This is only his fourth year, and he's not even cracking the starting lineup.
yeah.
So I don't have
And the Knicks has
if
been so.
if I had to go back, my I've been following the Knicks since the '80s. Ewing, Starks, um, Mason. Only because of their grittiness. The defense they brought. Oakley.
I
Um,
came in a little bit after, so for me, is I'm in the Allen Houston, Latrell Sprewell kind of
yeah,
era.
those are the '90s. Yeah, the late '90s. Yeah, yeah.
So
The one time that I really lost track of the Knicks a little bit was in the 2000s when Lee was there. Before the Carmelo trade.
yeah,
When Lee was there, Gallinari was there. Um, who else? Man, that player who's like been in basketball forever. He was last with. He's been he's like a journeyman. I think he's retired by now. Um, the really good perimeter player, Crawford.
Jamal
Remember
Crawford.
Crawford?
Yeah,
Jamal Crawford, and the little point guard. The he was like
Nate
five
Robinson.
nine.
Nate
Yeah,
Robinson.
Nate Robinson. Remember when he won the dunk contest
Yeah, I
as
also
a Nick?
remember. Yeah,
Yeah.
I also remember he just got knocked out a few months ago.
Oh, right. Yeah. He had. Oh man, wearing and wearing the Nick colors too.
Damn,
He's been on. He was on. He's been on like 10 different teams. Why couldn't he choose another team to represent in the ring? He
we
was wearing the
drafted him.
orange. He was wearing the orange and blue.
I think now. I think I mean, for me, I would say R.J. Barrett. I think for many Knicks fans, it is. I think because he embodies a lot of like kind of those traits. We always
Right.
get attached to the '90s, although I
Right.
think it's a new time, and we just have to adapt to a softer league. Um, just different mindsets now with millennials and just young. Just this generation, people are growing up in a different environments. But I think, the funny thing is with Knox and RJ, if you look at it, this is Knox's third year, I believe. And I think he could play 15 minutes and have a few struggles. And we just are so impatient with him. And I think part of it is because of that makeup. He doesn't show it on TV. He looks lost a lot of times. His facial reactions to certain plays when they're negative plays. I think that turns Knick fans off when they're looking at that on TV and he doesn't look poised. He doesn't look just fundamentally sound. I think that's what frustrates Knick fans. Whereas RJ Barrett, when he went 0 for 21 or whatever it was, he had that rough stretch of shooting from three. Not many people were even criticizing him. And I think a lot of it also is how they express themselves on the court, their demeanor, their body language. I think that plays a big part specifically with New York fans because we always want someone to be tough. We like players that are accountable. We like players that look like they know what they're doing. Otherwise, I think we would have more patience with a player like Kevin Knox if he showed those character traits, but he doesn't.
Your point with Kevin Knox. I was actually watching some of his highlight videos from when he was a rookie. And the way he was playing back then when he first came into the league.
Summer league, man.
And yeah, and one thing I noticed that he was playing very aggressively. He was attacking the hoop from both sides, from the left side and the right side. He was shooting those gaps. He went into the paint with the type of aggressiveness that I don't see him with at this point. Yeah, he was shooting his perimeter shots and he was sinking those threes back then too. But it seems that that's the only part of his game that he still displays right now. And now one other thing that I noticed that it almost seemed like they were set plays just for they seem to be set plays for him back then when he was a rookie. I don't know if they have any set plays for Knox at this point. it seems like they're parking him out on the elbows and the perimeter just for any opportunity for when plays fall apart. They'll throw it out to Knox and hope that he sinks a three. I think if you gave Knox set plays and you spread the court for him and allowed him to enter those gaps with some aggressiveness, he'd do a lot better because he can do it. He has shown that he can do it. Um, but he just hasn't. Right now, he's basically turned himself into a perimeter, a 3 and D player that has not really excelled at being a 3 and D player. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
A 3 and D player who's not quite there yet, but I think he has more to offer. He's shown himself to be a better player than what he's displaying right now.
yeah, and I mean, I think there was a debate a few days ago, Knicks at Night podcast, and one of the questions was, in 2 years, what do you see Knox as a ceiling? If you can pick a player, where do you think a ceiling could be in 2 years, maybe 3? My pick, to be honest, and some people, I was surprised how many people were actually disagreeing. I thought that maybe they didn't look at some of the numbers or they haven't watched some of the games and actually see how I think comparable they could be. I have Robert Covington as a ceiling for him. Again, the caveat here is a couple years, so not today. When you look at Robert Covington's numbers, let me just read this off to you. 36% from 3, 37% from 3, 35% from 3, 33% from 3, 36.9% from 3, 37% from 3, 39%, 31%, 34%. And this year so far in Portland, a new team, he's shooting 28%. Not 1 year has Robert Covington shot 40% from 3. He's known as this amazing three-point shooter. He's bounced around a little bit. He's 6'7". If you look at his game on the court, he doesn't have ball handling skills, so he's a limited offensive player. He can't drive to the basket, and when he does, sometimes he has trouble finishing because he's not silky, he's not smooth. He's tall, he's lanky. He is a good defender, and I don't know that Kevin Knox could ever get to that level on defense. But when you look at also his points per game, he's a career 12.6 career points per game player. You can't tell me that Kevin Knox can get to 35% from 3 and shoot, get 12 points per game. If he can't do that, then
well, let's look at draft position. What when Covington was drafted, came into the league, where was he picked? Was he a lottery pick?
No, I know he went to Tennessee State. I think he may have gone undrafted. I know he started with Houston. He only played 7 games. Then he went to Philly, and that's when he made his career.
Right. Yeah, you're right. I think he was undrafted. So, see, that my take on it is when you have a player, and I think he came into the league as a 3 and D player. I think his ceiling wasn't as high as what Knox's ceiling was projected to be.
Absolutely.
And Knox came in, if I remember correctly, as what, a 9 pick?
Yes, he was the 9th pick.
So to me, in my view, if you're coming in as a number 9 pick and this is your 4th year?
Third
year.
Yeah, he was the 9th pick, 2018.
Yeah, if you haven't warranted that selection by the time you've hit your 3rd year and shown what got you there, you know what I mean? Then I don't know if he's earned another contract. You know what I mean? Covington I can see because he came in undrafted. He came in basically as a 3D player. He really didn't have the ball handling skills. He was chose he on at least on Philadelphia they used him a lot for his defense and his perimeter shooting, especially since Simmons basically didn't display any perimeter shooting skills at all. So Knox's ceiling was, I think, higher because he came into the league with, there was times I've seen plays where Knox got a rebound and ran the length of the court and finished, you know what I mean, with a dunk or what have you.
The funny thing is, they both have kind of similar arcs. If you see Covington's shot, he shoots it very high. Again, I'm not saying obviously Covington it's the better player today, obviously, but if
Seems
if
to
you're
be.
talking about ceiling in a few years, I mean that's a pretty decent player. That's a pretty decent player. I think that we're living in a new time too. Even in football with quarterbacks, where now it used to be a quarterback gets drafted and he has to sit out a full year, and that was part of this recipe to having a quarterback be successful. And in basketball, it was kind of similar in terms of coming off the bench and all that. But now, listen, man, you're a lottery pick. They want to see improvement. Second year, they want you to make that big jump. Third year, they want you to be,
at least crack the starting lineup. Now, my take on it also is, I'll be honest with you, if Knox was picked number 9 by the Miami Heat or the San Antonio Spurs or the Warriors, we'd probably be seeing a different player right now.
Yeah.
In terms, because I'm talking about the development, the Knicks, and I'm not talking about the new regime. I'm talking about the regimes that we've had under Mills. For all those years when Mills had his hands in the pot. And the development, it was non-existent. You know what I mean? With the different coaching changes and things like that. So I honestly believe, and the same holds true in my view with Ntilikina, Knox. I think that if they were coached up by another organization, they'd probably be on a different trajectory right now than they are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
And the same way, if Ntilikina was, let's say, if Ntilikina was packaged and sent to, I would love to see Ntilikina because I like Ntilikina. I like his game. I don't think he's.
Send him
I
to the
think
Lakers.
I think he's a little timid in a sense. I don't think the aggressiveness comes in spurts. He can't display that aggressiveness all the time. But if he was sent to a team that is historically good at developing talent, you'd probably see a different player.
You know where I would like to see some of these guys go? Just because here in New York, we've had so much debate with the Frankers and the Frank haters and the this and the Knoxers and the Knox haters, whatever.
Mhm.
A guy like Ntilikina, I would like to see him go to like the Lakers. Let him play with LeBron. They lost Avery Bradley, right? They lost Rondo. They lost some defense. They're hoping to replace that with Wesley Matthews and in terms of that element as a defender. Send him to the Lakers. Let's see him on national TV. Let's see how a contender would use him. And the funny thing is, you know what the narrative would be, just like with Trey Burke and Hardaway and all these guys that and Marcus Morris that have been players here, they go to a contender. If you look at it, their stats don't change much. When Tim Hardaway went to Dallas, stats didn't change much. When Trey Burke was killing in the playoffs, the jokes on Twitter and look, all these Knicks, they're not on the Knicks no more. And look at them excelling in other teams. And I'm like, well, if you look at their stats, they're putting up the same stats. They're just in a better situation.
Right.
So of course, they look better. Doesn't mean they're being coached better. Doesn't mean they're just in a better situation and they have more defined roles. I would like to see him on a contender where we can watch him on national TV, and I'm sure they'll have lesser roles than what we're asking them to do here. A lot of it is because of their draft positions and also the needs. Frank Ntilikina was drafted high, and he was drafted at a position of need. Everybody that we've drafted lately has been high draft picks in a position of needs because we just haven't had talent. That's why we continue to be in the lottery.
Yeah, and remember, Frank was drafted. He was a Phil's pick. You know what I mean? And this is when and then remember Phil even said it. I said they drafted Frank in anticipation of him running the triangle.
I still,
Well, and even now, I mean, Tibbs runs aspects of the triangle, and I mean, if you can't make your way on the court with your defensive play, I mean, Frank supposedly is supposed to have been the best perimeter defensive player that we have, and we could use that.
yeah,
So, I mean, come on. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I still think the thing is, I think what happens is right. So I think for this team, he still has a role as that player that can play a few minutes, kind of be a defensive assignment, kind of like how football, where you have that tight end and then you bring the safety to cover that tight end for the game. I think he can be in that role where we have certain matchups that could be trouble. Let's put you out there for 15 minutes. I just want you to guard full court. By the time that point guard gets cross half court and makes that first pass, there's 14, 13 seconds in the shot clock. Just do that. I think he has that role with us, but I don't know that that's something that he would accept, because what happens is when you're a high draft pick and you get into this situation and you go through all these negativity after a few years, you got to remember this is a business and these guys are talking to their agents, and the agent is, looking to say, hey, you go to this team, you're going to get a bigger role. And that's what they're always going to want to do, because in their mind, Frank Ntilikina is thinking, I'm an 8th pick. I know I'm better than this. And sometimes you don't get to it may not work out here, is basically what I'm saying. It may not work out here long term. And quite frankly, I don't know where the minutes are going to come from.
well, remember last season, Ntilikina would come on the court and defend the opponent's best offensive player, right? He basically, remember, he shut down. If I'm correct, he shut down Dallas's point guard. The name escapes you right now. It's like 3:30 in the morning.
Dante?
Right, he shut him down defensively. He was put on the opponent's best point guard, and he was able to limit their offensive output. So when he didn't come out onto the court, well, he couldn't, right? Because he's injured.
Yeah.
If he wasn't injured, I would have loved to have seen if he what type of defensive play he would have put up against Trey Young.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would have been. Now again, Rivers and Quickly did a pretty good job, but up until that point, Trey Young was wreaking havoc on Bullock, and you know what I mean, defensively.
I think if they're going to carve out a role for him, they're going to have to play him with Rivers and or Quickly at the same time, so that even as he's playing good defense on the other end of the court, he doesn't look like so much of a liability, or he's not being asked to do too much to where everyone's freaking out about him not being aggressive, him not, attacking the basket, or him looking timid. I think, put him with someone that can make a jump shot, and you can steal minutes and have him just play defense and pressure the basketball. I still think there's a role for him. I just don't think that if he could ever live to that expectations that we have.
I think in his mind, he sees himself as a point guard, and I think in the front office of the Knicks, they might see him as a 2 guard, or maybe even as a small forward. He can defend anywhere from 1 to 3. But I think in his own mind, he sees himself as a point guard. You know what I mean?
And I think there's one thing what we want or what we think, and there's another thing what the organization thinks behind closed doors. I think Tibbs, I think they would probably want Elfrid Payton to continue just to play good enough to where they can probably justify keeping him as a starter and maybe bring that, tandem of Quickly and Austin Rivers off the bench. I know what we want, or most fans want, is probably most fans want Rivers or Quickly to start, the other to come off the bench, and then create a spot between Smith and Frank, and whoever takes those minutes do that. And most people don't even want Peyton in the rotation. But I think with the Knicks, right now, for the way that we have our roster right now, I think the way the Knicks want it is Peyton starts. Doesn't mean that he's going to play 30 minutes, but he can start and play 19, 20. And then the rest of those minutes, Rivers and Quickly.
I think
Doesn't mean Frank
Peyton's
won't play, because Frank could play. Frank could play. Like I said, it's such a long season. It's going to be interesting because Bullock's minutes right now are like 30 plus minutes. I'm interested to see who gets those minutes. I know Burks is going to be one, but would it be Knox? Would it be Frank? We'll see.
As far as Peyton's concerned, I like his ability to penetrate and to draw defenders to him. And if he can get his floater game going again, if he can get to the hoop and score, that'd be great. I like his ability to penetrate into the paint and draw defenders. One thing I don't like about Peyton is he holds on to the ball. I like the Knicks when the ball is moving. You know what I mean? Ball movement. It opens up chances, scoring of opportunities. And I don't think Peyton is if they can somehow drill it into his head not to hold on to the ball, as long as he start the distribution quicker than he is currently, I think that would be helpful. Um, I agree with you. I'd rather see Peyton in the starting lineup. I think if he distributes better, quicker, more crisp, and continues the penetration, that would only help him remain in the starting lineup. I like Quickly off the bench as a change of play, as a change of pace type of player. He brings the energy. He brings the energy to the court. He brings the IQ. No pun intended. He brings the IQ, basketball IQ, with him onto the court. Um, I think as far as Bullock is concerned, I think right now he's shown. I know it's small sample size, and I know he's known as a perimeter player, and who can play defense too. But he's very sporadic at this point, and he gets defensive lapses as well. I think if there's going to be anyone that's going to knock him out of the who deserves an opportunity to knock him out of the starting lineup is going to be Burke.
Mm.
You know, if Burks can show himself to play good defense, we all know that his scoring ability from all different levels is there. But I think I would love to see us. I wouldn't mind seeing a starting lineup, um, for at least for the next uh, month or so, of Peyton, Burke, um, Knox. Well, actually, no. I would love to. You know what? I would love to see Knox on the court with Rivers and Quickly. I think Quickly helps Knox
Mm.
with his passing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Alfred and his inability to distribute quickly only hurts Knox. I think Knox needs that quick distribution, and placement on the court that Quickly gives him.
Yeah, Knox needs he just needs the spacing around him to where
Knox needs spacing, definitely. Knox needs spacing to open up the lanes. And I would love to shoot. I would love, like I said before, I would love to see him shoot those lanes with aggressiveness. Get to the basket.
Yeah, it's so frustrating, man.
It's in him. I mean, he's shown himself to be able to do it.
He makes this play sometimes where he slashes, or sometimes he'll get the ball, and as soon as he gets the ball, he moves off a pick and he gets to the middle of the court. And a lot of times we've seen that teardrop, but the other day in Toronto, he made a good play. He got to the basket. Someone set a pick. He attacked the basket. He shot a teardrop, and it was an air ball. I'm just like, come on, man! Like you're almost there, and those are some of the frustrating players where they're teases. Like they almost have it, but it's just that last step.
And there was also against Atlanta late in the game. Knox had got the ball in the corner, and that baseline lane was wide open. Quick, not for long, but if he would have If he would have shot that gap, he went down the baseline. That hoop was open, but he hesitated. He hesitated. He had to pass out of it because that lane closed on him
Mm.
because of the hesitation. And I don't recall exactly when it might have been in the third or fourth quarter, but I noticed that right away that no- that if he would have shot that baseline, it was open for the taking, and he hesitated and it closed up on him. He had to pass out of it.
What's your where do you think RJ's floor is? Where do you think his ceiling? Like how good do you think RJ can be on a Knicks contending team, a championship contending team? What do you think he's a second option? He's a third option?
Well, he's no, not third. To be honest with you, he's 20 years old. And if we're going to project him into his prime, let's say 25, 26, let's say. A little, he shows it a little sooner than his prime. Man, I know I'm going to get a lot of heat for this. But
you want me to say a player? You can go.
oh man,
Because I mean, right now, this moment, anything can change. Right now, I'm looking at, and this is only for me personally, so I can not set expectations to a certain level and be disappointed. Right now, especially the way he's playing this year, is his fourth year. I have a floor of Jaylen Brown, kind of similar.
floor.
Yeah, the floor for me, I have like a Jaylen Brown type. Jaylen Brown's balling this year, and part of it is his shooting is getting better, and I think it's kind of similar strengths and weaknesses. Obviously, Jaylen Brown is an athlete in terms of his ability to jump, but in
Right.
terms of what people in Boston have been saying that he needs to take that next step has been the 3-point shot, the mid-range shot, a little bit of creativity because his ball handling is a little slippery.
Right.
So that's a player that I have right now. I haven't even really looked at roster to say, oh, that player. But in
Right.
terms of when I thought about the question, the first player that popped to my mind was like a Jaylen Brown.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, yeah, he's not an above the rim type of player. So that kind of, and there's a lot of above the rim shooting guards currently playing or most recent. So
Who are you gonna take heat for?
oh man, I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not even gonna say it because the person I'm thinking about has everything I just told you that he doesn't have. They had lift. They were able to score on all different levels, and so yeah, I'm not
What
even
team is
gonna.
he on?
I'm gonna come up with some. I'm gonna have to come up with somebody else.
What team
The
is he on? What team is he on? Everybody wants to
he's
hear
not
it.
he's not playing any he's not playing anymore.
Oh,
He
he's not in
retired.
the NBA. What
Yeah.
team was he on when he played?
Oh man, if I tell you that you're a smart guy, you're gonna figure it out. Yeah, let's move on from that. Is it because the comparison is wrong? The comparison is wrong,
Is
and
wrong
I'm
in
not
what
gonna.
sense? This guy
I'm
was
not
like
throwing.
a
I'm not
major
throwing.
star.
Huh?
Is wrong in the fact that this guy was a major star? And
No, it's wrong in the fact that now that I evaluate the type of game he had, I don't see.
oh,
I
you
don't.
think it's just off?
Yeah, it was just off. Yeah, because he had a different type of above the rim type of game
Some
that
some people in the
yes.
chat are saying Dwayne Wade. Is that the player they're asking?
No, because I tell you the truth, Dwayne Wade is better. I should have thought about Dwayne Wade because Dwayne Wade wasn't above the rim type of player either. He had a very high IQ. He had his perimeter game was good. So yeah, I tell you, you know what? Now that you throw D Wade's name out there, I'd say yeah. But D Wade not as a floor though. I see D Wade as his ceiling.
You want to laugh? I thought that was what Iman Shumpert was going to be.
His ceiling?
I thought his potential was, and he was getting some Dwayne Wade comparisons because, like, and obviously it's
Oh, that's what you. No, no. Okay, you thought that's what Shumpert was gonna be Dwayne Wade's
come
comparison.
that
Oh,
rookie
I thought you
year,
were
he
saying
was-
Barrett and Dwayne and
no,
Shumpert.
that's why I said
No, no, no,
that was
no.
hey, my friends, everyone just kills me. I
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
that rookie
yeah,
until he got that
yeah,
injury, but yeah.
yeah. I think Shumpert came into the Knicks, and a lot of people probably thought that, but you know what? He went to Cleveland and got a ring, so you know what I mean. He went to Cleveland and got a ring, so you can't knock him.
I mean, if we get
But
Wade out,
Dwayne Wade is a good comparison. I think if now in terms of your question regarding number one option and number two option, if you paired Barrett with if you paired Barrett with, let's say, I know he would never come, but let's say Kawhi Leonard, for instance. If for some reason he chose to come to the Knicks based on what he saw their potential to be, I think he would be a good Robin to Kawhi Leonard's Batman, so to speak. But as a number one option, I could see Barrett being a number one option into his prime, like when we're talking about 28, 29,
and that's
30 years old.
That's crazy to think about it. But this
You know
guy
what I mean?
had 26 and 11 yesterday, and to think his prime could be 7 years from now.
Yeah, because I mean he's got, you know what makes me think that is because the way his demeanor is. He doesn't let a bad game affect his or a bad aspect of his game. For instance, if he has a bad shooting night, he doesn't allow it to affect his defense. He doesn't allow it to affect any other aspect of his game. Um, like you had said before, where other players, their confidence might take a hit to a degree that it affects their all around game. I haven't seen it affect Barrett that way. It just rolls off of him. You know what I mean? And whether he has a good game or a bad game, he moves on to the next opponent with a clean slate. Is my view of him. So him only being, he's what, the youngest Nick right now, I believe, right? He's only 20 years old.
It's not
I
Obi.
think he's, huh?
It's not Obi.
Oh no, yeah, it's not Obi, yeah. So I think his ceiling is, um he could be a number, definitely not a number three option. I could see him at worst a number two option, and at best a number one option
and
on a good team.
you would be happy with that. You would be happy with that, considering
With him as a number two option.
yeah.
You know what? I'd be happy with him reaching his potential as a Nick. I would hate for him to, because I was a big Porzingis fan when he was on this team, and Porzingis was just another guy who left the Knicks to elevate on another team. Now again, I'm gonna quantify that by, at this point, I don't know if Porzingis is ever, because of his injuries, I don't know if he's ever gonna reach his ceiling because of the injuries that he's had. With what was it that he had? Was it an ACL?
It was I think he tore his meniscus.
The meniscus, or what? Either his Achilles or his ACL.
With us, it was the ACL.
ACL, and then with
Dallas, I believe it was a meniscus, and I believe he's also had an ACL sprain as well.
Right, he's supposed to be back, I think, with them sometime this month.
Yeah, I saw a video. Supposedly ready to go, supposedly, but
yeah, and I liked. Let's say, I would have liked to see him paired up with Barrett. A healthy Porzingis and improving Barrett would have been a great 1-2 combo with the Knicks.
And it's so tricky because let's say if he would have stayed here and he would have had the same trajectory, right? So let's say right now, he's injured again. The questions here in New York would be, will we ever see the full potential of him and Barrett? Like, you know what I mean? So I think either way, the debate obviously is, and we'll see with these next 2 first-round picks. I think Dennis Smith Jr. was probably the home run in terms of the player. He defined that young star. When these teams are talking about packages for players, and they'd say, "I want draft picks and I want a young up and coming star." I think Dennis Smith was supposed to be that, along with the draft pick. So we'll see how that turns out. But I think that's something to watch. Maybe not for this draft, maybe for next, just because it's more time, which means there's more time for him to potentially get hurt again. And Dallas was gearing up for a potential Giannis. They were gearing up to get Giannis or try to get him. And now I'm looking at their future, and I'm looking at how dry the free agency got this year with a lot of these guys re-signing. Kawhi Leonard's probably the biggest name right now. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, Dallas now with the Giannis news, Dallas is going to depend a lot on KP. And it's going to be interesting to see how that turns out. He's going to be back this year. We know that. But how longer can he play in terms of being able to sustain that health? And how will that impact their future? Because at the end of the day, it's a business. And if a few years from now, he has that max contract. And so Dallas has a great owner and everything, but I still haven't seen like a free agent, flock to Dallas. You get a Doncic and you have a head start, and they got KP via trade. It's also going to be interesting how that affects us, because I think the debate with us tanking this year or not tanking, right? So if we don't and we make the playoffs, and this is going to be the trend, then I feel like unless and it's so many things happen, because in the middle of a season, you're going to have a disgruntled star say, "I want out." And if we have players that have done that recently, Anthony Davis, supposedly Kawhi, they have these lists and they name the Knicks.
Right.
I just wonder if the Knicks now are winning, then people are might James Harden it and say, "I want to be a Knick," or forget about it.
Well, my view is that the Knicks is going to depend a lot on what the Knicks do with these 2 draft picks. That's to me, DSJ is not going to be the piece that saves the Knicks from looking like fools for trading Porzingis to Dallas. It's going to, at this point, because every other piece we got, the only thing we have left is DSJ, who has not shown himself to be the player he was projected to be, and the 2 picks we have left. So the only thing that's going to stop this from being a complete wash of a trade is going to be what the Knicks do with those 2 draft picks, whether they are able to draft a future superstar or package those 2 draft picks, or one of those 2, for a disgruntled superstar who's willing to come to the Knicks. You know what I mean? But if they're not able to do any of those, then this Porzingis trade is going to be seen nothing more than a salary dump to get rid of all the other players we shipped to Dallas. And Porzingis was thrown in as just the main course to entice Dallas to make the move.
And let me ask you this, follow up on that statement you made. Okay, so say Porzingis, even if he's up and down, he gets his few injuries this year. He's already missed some time. Next year he misses some time, right? And let's say Dallas still makes the playoffs this year and then make the playoffs next year. Now you're talking about potential draft pick in the 20s, both drafts. So let's say now we don't trade it. So they say we don't trade it. Let's say we get 2 Emmanuel Quickley-like players, because I think then the pressure is going to be on the organization to find a quality player in the 20s.
Exactly.
Because now you have no choice. You have to find a quality player. Will do you think that's enough if they find an Emmanuel quickly kind of player? Not at that position, but I'm saying kind of something like that, back-to-back drafts, or will that not be enough to say, the Knicks didn't salvage the trade?
Well, we're not going to know that for years
Hey,
down the
y'all feel
road.
good?
Yeah,
What's going on, Freezy?
Hey,
Freezy.
how about we do like, I didn't want to interrupt y'all, man, because y'all flowing really good. Yeah, me and Stephen Fox was looking at y'all from the background like, yo, these two dudes is getting it in. This is dope right here.
Just holding it down for you,
Yeah.
brother.
Hey, yeah,
Yeah,
y'all
no
want to do
doubt.
just like 20 more minutes and then we'll cut it?
Oh, no doubt. Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, no problem.
All right. Hey,
we'll just finish. We'll
so
finish this point. We'll
at
finish this point.
420, I'm gonna just cut it, okay?
Okay.
Hey, Guzman, would you mind doing the show wrap? Just like letting everybody know that KMD is at 8:45 and catch the show at 11:45 every night. And then that way I can let JD do the part with subscribe to the channel and all of that stuff before y'all wrap. Y'all good with that?
8:45 and 11:45.
Okay. All right.
Got it.
All right. I'm gonna get out the way then.
All right then.
All right.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, um,
Because
the draft. See,
they would
it could
consider
be yeah. Go ahead.
because if we get those two back-to-back like picks, it would be considered, because I guess quickly now is kind of being considered a steal based on what we've seen. Now, based on the draft position, if we get a forward with kind of Emmanuel quickly like impact and we get a whatever position, it will be considered a steal based on where they're drafted. But considering that it was a KP trade, what do you think that would with the future?
To be honest with you, if you want to talk about saving face with this whole KP trade fiasco, if you go and take these two draft picks and you go ahead and draft two players, you're not going to know what you ended up with for years down the road. You're really not going to know. It could be, KP could be in his 30, he could be 29, 30 before you even realize if this thing panned out. You're really not going to know what you get. What I would love to really save face, to really um, say, you know what, we got the best out of this trade, would be if, let's say, you had, let's say, Cat, for instance, right? What's Minnesota doing this season so far? But let's say he became, he's originally from the East Coast. He's originally from Jersey, I believe. So let's say he became disgruntled, okay? And let's just say he vocalized that and said, you know what, I don't want to be here anymore. Which a lot of players, Harden, a lot of players have done it. Carmelo did it. So let's say he made it known, I want to go back home. I don't want to be in Minnesota anymore. I'm not going to sign an extension, whatever it is. If you can somehow package, I would strongly think about packaging both those picks, and however you want to package it. If you want to package those two picks alone, or package those two picks and a player, however, but to then package it to get, let's say, Cat here, then you can really begin to compare what you gave Dallas versus what you got back, because it's more apples to apples. You know what I mean?
And it probably that player, one of those players, will probably 100% be Mitch, just because of the positions. Minnesota will probably definitely say Mitch has to be in that deal. 2 picks and maybe one more player. It's probably what they'll ask for. I
But
mean,
you know what? I would probably do that, because I don't know if Mitch's summertime highlight reels are ever going to make it on the floor of the Garden. You know what I mean?
And by the way,
And
Minnesota's 2-5. They lost 5 in a row. They're
right,
second to last in the West. He's out
right.
right now, but that's something.
If you can keep your own draft picks, package those two draft picks with another player, let's say like Mitch, for, let's say, a player like Cat, and bring him to New York, then I'd say let's compare who won that trade. Then I'd say, you know what, because I don't think Cat has the injury history that KP does.
Mm.
And I think as if you compare the two players, I mean they're pretty close in their abilities. You know what I mean?
It's gonna
Cat
be
has an inside and out game. So you know what I'm saying is comparing that Porzingis to two potential draft picks that we might get who might not turn out to be much for years down the road. I'd rather package those two draft picks for a disgruntled superstar that can help us immediately. Who's still, how old is Cat? 25? 26
uh
at the oldest?
Cat right now is right today. He just turned 25 in November.
Yeah, there you go.
So just turned 25. So he's a young 25.
Right. So I think the Knicks have all of their draft picks moving forward. Plus they have the number twos, the bunch of number twos. So yeah, if we had the ability to package those two draft picks, then that in terms of let's save face without looking like a bunch of fools for saving for putting Porzingis on, including Porzingis into what culminates to have been just a salary dump. You know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting with Cat. I mean, if it specifically comes down to like a player like Cat, like if that's something that gains traction, and it's something that actually materializes in terms of, Minnesota struggling and them willing to move forward. They do have a number one pick in Anthony Edwards, so it's a franchise that at least already has a top pick to where they can maybe kind of do it more, because I think one of the issues with Houston right now and why they're so reluctant to actually move Harden is because they don't have that foundational player. They
Right.
don't have their number one pick to where it's easier to let go. I think Minnesota has that in Anthony Edwards, and they will be gaining draft picks and young players. The only thing in terms of specifically with the Knicks that they will have to work on is these rumors of him and Tibbs, kind of not seeing eye to eye in Minnesota, the whole Jimmy Butler fiasco. I think that would be a concern here, being that, this is a guy that's in a small market team, and he hasn't really elevated that team yet.
Yeah, but you know what? I think the problem at the back when Tibbs was the coach and the president and everything else wasn't Cat. I think it was, in my view, it might have been Wiggins. Wiggins didn't have, there's no dog in Wiggins.
Look at Wiggins now in Golden State. A lot of people were talking about him being the second option after Clay got hurt. And, I play fantasy, so I follow the league, not only for the Knicks, but fantasy. And I just follow the league just because I like to know what's going on. And he has had he's been an enigma, inconsistent, shows flashes, but his role was to be the number two. And he's not showing any dog in him, as you say. He's not showing any passion, which makes me believe that, Jimmy Butler's beef was maybe more with Wiggins than it was with Cat. And you know what happens? Yeah. Dwight Howard was a Laker. He had beef with Kobe and all that stuff before he was, a Laker, then was a Laker. Mm-hmm. I guess so. The rumors are they had a messy breakup. He left and he went back there. And he won a championship, and he's talking about how we put things behind us, and me and Jeannie Buss are good. Yeah. So sometimes, a situation like this, Karl Anthony Towns, if they did have some behind the scenes stuff, Karl Anthony Towns may look at this situation. Listen, man, I had a tough 2020 year. I lost some family members due to COVID. It's New York. Tibbs has the respect, like from a public perspective. Whatever Tibbs says is gonna go, just because he has the respect and he's gaining even more credibility because of the way the Knicks are playing.
Right.
So he might, if he wants an opportunity like that, he might have to just say, you know what, I'm gonna put this behind me. It gets me out of Minnesota. I go to New York, reset with Tibbs, better
Right.
talent around me. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, water under the bridge, man. It's like, you know what I mean?
And the other question would probably be his, a lot of people call him soft. So I don't know how you feel about that.
Uh,
Pressure, he won't be coming this year during COVID. He will be coming, when the crowd is there and the celebrities and national TV games,
yeah,
But who knows? Maybe he, by then RJ is a different player and doesn't have to have that pressure.
yeah, no doubt. All right, man. Let's wrap it up. Yo, so I want to thank you all on the chat for tuning in and sticking around. Before y'all leave, hit the thumbs up. All right, support Uncle Freezy and Foxy, and tune in every morning at 8:45 for the next morning drive, and 11:45 tune in again for the Knicks at Night podcast. You want to get some hometown Knicks news and input and opinions, and tune in and hit that thumbs up.
Yeah, hit that thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification. The show, the channel's growing, the show's growing. The season has just started, so there's going to be more exciting shows. There's going to be more debates. It's going to be a lot of trolling, a lot of everything going on. We're in a new era now where, you don't have to just watch First Take or Undisputed. I think this COVID season has opened up a lane for, stuff like this show, to where now, like, I'm in my car in the morning going to work and I'm putting the cell phone on my cell phone holder and I'm just turning to Knicks Morning Drive and I'm just listening while I drive home. So now there's more options out there. And so we hope that you continue to support, because this is, our opinions are, straight from our core and what we believe. You go to mainstream media and it's generic takes. There's no passion to the takes. It's just it's more ratings based, just to kind of get people to, it's a different lane. So this is a different atmosphere. I enjoy it. It was great with you, Goose.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And with that said, keep in mind, support all of the Knicks fan based content that's out there out in social media. You got Legion of Knicks, you've got Nothing But Knicks, you've got Knicks Fan TV. There's tons of content out there along with each channel.
Man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man and man's the Knicks. Oh, there's tons of content out there to choose from. There's nothing stopping you from checking out. They're on at all different times throughout the day. So anytime you can tune in, give that thumbs up and lend your support.
Absolutely. I enjoyed it, Goose. Let's hope
No doubt.
a win. And do you know when you could be on next time? You know when's the next time you could potentially?
Oh man, I'll probably tune in. I'll probably check in at some point tomorrow. Tonight.
Tonight? Okay.
I'm a night owl, so
all right.
You know what I mean? All right, guys.
Take it easy.
All right, man.
All right.
1.